And we're live. Roll up, everybody. Gotta come join. One man went to Mo. You know the time. A bit earlier than usual. So it's going to be from this time, from henceforth. Nevertheless, gotta come join. One man went to Mo. You know now when we do it. So the time that we change, that we do it has changed. So you know now the new time that we do it. But of course, you know what we do, and you know why we do it. One man went to Mo.
Missing someone. Missing someone. Missing someone. Love with all your heart. Missing someone. Love with heart. Much you listen, and you listen, and you listen, and you listen.
You know the score, you know the 411, you know what is going on. Matters Nigeria related. Buhari has been a bad boy, and here we put his foot to the coal. All that is needed is your company. The hyperlink is there. Your audience is required. So gotta come join. One man.
And you did it right from the start. And you did it right from the start. Missing someone is as normal. Missing someone and missing someone is as normal. Missing someone. Love with all your heart. Missing someone. Love with heart. Missing someone.
So gather, come join. Say hello as you are coming in. Click on the hyperlink if you want to come join live on screen, because important matters to discuss. Who say we tire, the rest with the rest, okay? This is what the Buhari administration is saying to you. You are crying under the heavy weight of debt, but they are telling you you have not seen nothing yet. More borrowings is essentially what they are signaling. So we'll go to that. And then, of course, the Southeast governors are now looking to seek peace talks with IPOB to settle matters once and for all. We go to that, and moves now being made by Buhari and his band of merry men to seize full and final control of the APC party once and for all. Southern Kaduna is starting to fight back, to push back against the Fulanis. So we go to that too. And a bonus story, Deontay Wilder, American boxer, is now claiming that is from Edo State. So Ovie has to come and explain that to us. So we go to that too. So plenty to go through, but all that is required now is your presence. So gotta come join, take a seat, click on the hyperlink if you want to come join live on screen. One man went to Mo.
I am sad and so down.
Okay, so gotta come join. Totally straight into the heavy borrowing continues. This is what Buhari is signaling. Guys, I bring you this. Borrowing is good for Nigeria. Buhari's Minister Fashola So it is Fashola, of course, because he carries the weight of that money. A lot of it goes to his department. Remember, there was a time that this guy actually had three portfolios. But those portfolios have reduced, but his appetite for being a spendthrift has not reduced. So again, the headline, borrowing is good for Nigeria, a headline attributed to Buhari's Minister Fashola. So now let's now see now what the Echo Boy has to say. The Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, has defended the Nigerian government's resort to loans to expand infrastructure in the country. Fashola, who spoke to News Agency of Nigeria, said the country would not make meaningful progress without taking loans to boost infrastructures. He explained that borrowing is not a sin and it is part of the essence of keeping the economy growing. It is in our interest that the government does some borrowing and spend it on investment because the sector contributes to the gross domestic products GDP and contributes to employment. I do not support irresponsible borrowing, so let us be clear. There has to be some sense to it. So let me just pause there for a moment because it says it doesn't look because we cannot just disagree just out of instinct with these people on everything and anything that they say. We have to weigh a lot of these things on their merit, and we have to weigh the merit of what is being said point by point. So in the course of whatever narration, you have to isolate the key points that the speaker is saying, and you have to wait on its merit. So saying that borrowing is essential to an economy, to a growing economy, of course it is essential. Borrowing is the lubricant that lubricates the wheels of commerce internationally, globally. It is good. Borrowing is good. One, it enables you to have the funds to grow whatever it is that you need to grow to propel your economy. And then it also establishes your credit worthiness internationally so that people can invest confidence in you to be able to manage money. So it is good in so many ways, but of course, what that money is used for is the real key purpose. So the borrowings that the Nigerian government does is not a borrowing to a specific. This is where the difficulty is, because they go and borrow all these monies on loose terms and use the Niger Delta oil wealth as a surety. And then, of course, after borrowing that money, they then look to what they're going to do with it. And then, of course, by the time the dust settles, the money has been stolen. So borrowing, yes, but borrowing to a specific project, yes, and the lender should attach conditionalities to stagger the release of that money and link it with the progress of that project. This is essentially what it is, especially with third world countries, with Nigeria being the perfect example. If you throw money at them, then you're essentially throwing money into the pockets of barao merchants, like this particular guy explaining the inexcusable way now. So we pick it from this paragraph. He explained that borrowing is not a sin, and it is part of the essence of keeping the economy growing. It is in our interest that government does some borrowing and spends it on investment because that sector contributes to the gross domestic products GDP and contributes to employment. I do not support irresponsible borrowing. So let us be clear, there has to be some sense to this. So long as you are borrowing to invest and you are investing in assets, then we can have this debate from morning till night, and I don't think I will come out unsuccessful. I agree everybody must keep their eyes open about how money is being borrowed, what it is being used for, and whether the debt is sustainable. So now, as I said, you have to dissect some of these speeches. So he is backing borrowing as just a broad principle, as a tool for growing an economy. So nobody will really disagree with that. But what he's now saying, you see now that this is pointing in the direction of so many people, and it's also pointing in the direction of that rambling that I just did there. So he says, I agree everybody must keep their eyes open about how much is being borrowed and what it is being used for, and whether the debt is sustainable. So contrast that with somebody like Rotimi Amechi. When you query him how much he's borrowing for all these railway projects, he gets angry. When you ask him if it's value for money, he gets angry. When you are asking him what he's using as surety with China for all these vast billions of dollars that is taken from there, he gets angry. So you are borrowing on behalf of the nation. You are mortgaging the country's future, and they're asking you to give account, and you get angry. So I wonder if this is pointed in that direction, because he gets irritable, Rotimi Amechi, when he's queried about what money is being borrowed and if that money is being judiciously spent. So we take that paragraph again. I agree everybody must keep their eyes open about how money is being borrowed, what it is being used for, and more importantly, whether the debt is sustainable. So we'll stay still with that paragraph. So we need to know how much is being borrowed, certainly. Maybe not to the dollar, but certainly in broad strokes, we need to know what is being borrowed on our behalf. And of course, we must know what that is being borrowed for. You can't say you have gone to borrow $50 billion and we don't know what the $50 billion is going to be used for. So do the borrowing. Let us know how much you are borrowing. Let us know what is being used for and whether that debt is sustainable. So when you are borrowing to spend on recurring expenditures are servicing loans that are already in situation, paying salaries that continues to repeat yearly, monthly, forever. Essentially, recurring expenditures are monies that does not generate itself back. So if you are borrowing for that purpose, essentially, then that debt essentially is not sustainable, because this is not a debt rather that is being taken on to do something that would repay itself or generate any form of our income. So whether the debt is sustainable, another key point. So he continues, we just delivered a rail program through the Ministry of Transportation. So he's now referencing Rotimi Amechi. I haven't slapped him in the previous paragraph. So we just delivered a rail program through the Ministry of Transportation that is a 100-year asset that you have got now. Some economists say, wait until you gather the money. That is bad economics. The minister said, I thought he was a lawyer and not a banker, whilst pointing out that many developed countries created super economies through borrowing. Fashola said that the recent loans obtained by the federal government would not mortgage the future of Nigerians. We came from a background of colonialism where we were told that if you go borrowing, you go sorrowing. So my parents and their generation told us never to borrow. But whilst we were not borrowing, those who laid the rules started borrowing. The largest debtors in the world today are from the West. But with borrowing, they have created super economies, built massive train terminals, massive airports, schools, and hospitals. And you know what is happening? We go to use them and they charge us. So who is paying? I have heard people saying they are mortgaging the future of people. As we are holding this meeting, one newborn baby has arrived. If you don't prepare for him, you make the future bleak. So he goes on to, okay, let me see if he says anything more pertinent. As at the time we were building the Lekki Bridge in Lagos, it was 29 billion naira. The child that was born then in 2010 will be 11 this year. If his mother carrying his pregnancy had crossed the bridge at the time, he used that bridge before he was born, and we had secured that asset for him before he arrived. If we wait until he's about 30 to build that bridge, we can't buy it at 29 billion naira anymore. So if he contributes to paying for it, so anyway, he goes on, you get the logic of what he's saying. Let me take it from this paragraph. And those who say so now, okay, let me actually run it through so it makes sense. It says, if we wait until it's about 30 years to build that bridge, we can't buy it at 29 billion anymore. So if he contributes to paying it, so be it, because he started using it before he even arrived. So those who said don't borrow have changed their mind. They have set the parameters of debt to GDP, and within those parameters, you play very well. And those who say so now, where were they in 2005, 2006, when the government paid out $12 billion in cash to go and buy a tent when the house is flooding? Who does that? They took $12 billion in cash to go and write off debt that had been classified. So this is in reference to the Obasanjo regime. You remember, of course, that Obasanjo wiped out the debt of the Nigerian state when he agreed. You know, sometimes when you're owing money and it's becoming obvious that you don't really have the capacity to pay it back, or paying it back is a strain, then you negotiate with the debtors to buy that borrowing off at a percentage of it. So let's say, for instance, you are owing 100 naira, and then they are asking you to pay 1 naira to the 1 kobo to the naira. So that's just some sort of economic gymnastics that he used to write the debt off, and they paid the entirety of it for $12 billion. So this is now what Fashola is trying to disparage. The roads were bad then, the rails were not built, airports needed expansion, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway needed to be built. But since the aftermath of going to write off that debt, we started borrowing again. So this administration did inherit all the debts. There is a sector of our economy called the financial services sector. If all of us put money in the bank and nobody is borrowing, that bank is going to fold. So if you have anybody in any venture capital, finance house, mortgage bank, it is because the government is borrowing that they can pay their salaries. Borrowing is not a sin. It is part of the essence of keeping the economy growing, and the armchair economists talking about public expenditure, for example, who have never run a government, must be careful what they feed to the public. So this is what Fashola has to say. Gobbledygook and blah, blah, blah. All the upshot of it, of course, we will continue to mortgage the future, essentially, is what he's saying. Agree, disagree, your thoughts needed. We go on to the next narrative. All northern affair as race begin for APC national chairman. So Oshiomhole, of course, they got rid of him, and they got this guy, Yobe State Governor Mia Buni, to be the temporary head of the APC. So he was meant to serve for about a 6-month period, but they just continue to extend that essentially in perpetuity. But the time has now come to pick a chairman, and that chairman, it looks like now they are giving no surprise again to Fulani. Fulanization, not just Nigeria, but the APC. So Buhari now is nailing all the bolts down to ensure that in perpetuity, that country will always be under the control of its people. He secures the party, and the party, of course, continues to rig elections, as we saw in 2019, when Yakubu, whatever is Mahmoud Yakubu, just wrote results. So this is what is happening, and the perfection of that narrative is what we're seeing playing out now. The headline again, all northern affair as race begins for new APC national chairman. So now let's now see which Aboki, is it Danladi or Mukhtar that they are giving it to. In May, Saliu Mustafa declared his intention to run for the national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC at the party's forthcoming national convention slated for this month. It remained uncertain whether the party will keep that schedule, as the convention was initially expected to hold last year, following the controversial dissolution of the Adams-Oshiomhole-led National Working Committee of the party. After sacking the NWC, the party appointed a reconciliation and convention planning committee headed by Yobe State Governor Mia Malabuni, and gave it 6 months to complete its assignment and hand over to an elected leadership. The committee has not been able to conduct a national convention, And despite its efforts at the settlement of disputes and reconciliation of aggrieved members, many still fear a crisis ahead for the ruling party if the next national chairman does not enjoy the confidence of some of the gladiators in the party. Mr. Mustafa has been joined by 7 others in the race to take the seat last occupied by former Edo State Governor Adams Oshiomhole, in anticipation that the APC 2023 presidential ticket will be zoned to the south. Most of the chairmanship aspirants are from the northern part of the country. Aside Mr. Mustafa, who is a former deputy national chairman of the party, others jostling for the seat are a former governor of Nasarawa State and serving Senator Tanko Ali Makura, 2 former governors of Borno State, Kasim Shettima and Ali Modu Sharif, a former governor of Gombe, Danjuma Goje, former governor of Zamfara, Abdulaziz Yari, a former member of the House of Representatives from Bauchi, Ibrahim Baba, and a former chairman of the Action Congress of Nigeria. So that's the party now that Buhari used to own solely, that he then collapsed into the APC. So almost certainly that is the person that is going to get it. So a former member of the House of Representatives from Bauchi, Ibrahim Baba, and a former chairman of the Action Congress of Nigeria in Abuja, Sonny, or is this, I think this might well be Tinubu's party, isn't it? Well, whoever, I'm sure I'll be corrected when we get into the room. Sonny Moniadafe from Adamawa State. So that doesn't sound essentially a Fulani name to me, Sonny. So it goes on to give us the details of the runners and riders. It goes on to give us their CV, but I'm not going to go through that because it's just, I mean, these are all names that we're all familiar with anyway. But from those names, the party new chairperson is going to emerge. I'm just having a skim through anything else that is of relevance that I just need to bring to you from this piece. So let's just let me bring you this bit. The APC was formed in February 2013 after the merger of 3 major opposition parties and factions of some other parties. The parties involved in the merger are the Action Congress of Nigeria, ANC, Congress for Progressive Change, CPC. So I think that might well be what is his name? The Buhari one. The All Nigeria People's Party, ANPP, a faction of the All Progressive Grand Alliance, APGA, and a faction of the then ruling People's Democratic Party, PDP. APC has since had 3 national chairmen, with the tenures of the last 2 ending in crisis. John Odige Oyegun succeeded the interim national chairman, BC Akande, as the first elected chairman of the party, but he stepped down under pressure, clearing the path for Mr. Oshiomhole to take the saddle at the June 2018 National Convention. Mr. Oshiomhole lasted only 2 years in the position as he was officially booted out in June 2020. He is qualified to seek a comeback. So Oshiomhole, a rogue element in the mix, it goes on to give us the legal backings for all that. So we leave that there. So that is essentially what that narrative seeks to tell us. So now let's go to Caduna State now to see what fight back is taking place. Like I often say, I don't read these stories ahead, so we're all getting to hear it all at the same time. Many killed, 26 kidnapped, as Southern Kaduna vows to reclaim all lands. So So we all know what is going on in southern Kaduna, and first they looked to the state governor to protect them. He failed. They looked to the federal government to protect them. They failed. They looked then to society to rise to their aid. We failed. So now they are looking to themselves to help themselves. Will they fail or succeed? So again, the headline, many killed, 26 kidnapped, as southern Kaduna vows to reclaim all lands. So let's now see exactly what is going on in that space. And by the way, bear in mind that they are seeking to form their own state out of Kaduna. That is what is one of the propositions, one of the proposals that is part of this constitutional review that is going on at the moment. So let's have a look. President of Southern Kaduna People's Union, SOKAPU, Honorable Jonathan Asake, at the weekend assured people their lands that have been captured and occupied by assailants in the area will be reclaimed and given back to them by all means, no matter what time it takes. The SOKPU leader gave the assurance when he paid a sympathy visit to the village head of Ngwa-Wan Madaki, Mr. Naala Ndara, in his community in Kakao Ward, Chinkun local government area of southern Caduna State. This was contained in a statement issued by the spokesman of the union, Mr. Luka Beniyat, at the weekend. Madaki was attacked last night, that's Friday, the 18th June 2021, by assailants that people in the community described as armed Fulani men, numbering over 100. A serving police officer, name withheld for now, and 10-year-old Miss Yose Timothy Ayuba were done away with in the attack, which was one of amongst other past invasions in the place. Not less than 26 people are missing, including the two wives of Ndari, Blessing and Ruth. Also, 3 of his children, aged 10, 2, and 1, and 1.5, were also taken away. It stated the parent of the slain Yose and Timothy and his wife were also taken away. The attackers stormed the village by 10 p.m. and operated for about 45 minutes, using their superior firepower to defy resistance put up by local vigilantes that were armed with crude arms and clubs. So that if you look at that paragraph, so that paragraph is symptomatic, is just a synopsis, it's a condensation of what repeats right across the entirety of Nigeria. So remove that paragraph. Let me give you that paragraph again. The attackers stormed the village at about 10 a.m. and operated for about 45 minutes, using their superior firepower to defy resistance put up by local vigilantes that were armed with crude arms and clubs. So this is the narrative right across. So extrapolate that paragraph from Southern Kaduna and superimpose it on Igangan in the Barapa local government area for your state. The same narrative, but a different location. So they come in mass numbers, heavily armed. You put up a fight, but what can you do? Sticks and cutlasses and clubs against AKs and AK-47s. So this is essentially the narrative right across the board. They come in the dead of the night. They overpower you completely with superior firepower, and they savage the place. You put up a resistance as best you can, because of course, fight or flight is just your back is to the wall. You might as well go down fighting. But go down fighting or not, you will go down. And this is what you are seeing playing out now. This is the narrative, and this is Nigeria Buhari style. So I'll give you Nigeria Buhari style again in this paragraph. The attackers stormed the village by 10 p.m., operated for, and by the way, this is a village in Kaduna, by the way, and you know that that village would have at least some reach to the outside world. There'll be more than every household within that village would have at least a mobile phone, because there are very few people in Nigeria that do not have a mobile phone. And we cannot say all of them don't have credit on their phone. So there would be sufficient enough of a reach out to alert for alarm and for help. But then, of course, did that help turn up in an area that is notorious for this sort of clashes, and especially a community that has had this clash before? These people came in their hundreds to have a jolly for almost 1 hour. Nobody came to the rescue. The people put up a fight with clubs and bows and arrows and sticks and stones, but then, of course, AK-47. So let's wrap it up. I have come here on behalf of Southern Kaduna people to show our sadness and anger over the incessant, so this tells you that it repeats and repeats, over the incessant attacks and mass abduction of our people, he told the chief, who was surrounded by sympathizers. In Kakao, not far from here, 61 people were taken in the past 3 days, at least 2 done away with. In Labere, in Kula Ward, in Kajuru, local government in South Kaduna, 76 natives were taken since the 22nd of May. So on and on it goes. So it looks as though they fight back now. Self-help, the narrative now that is the recurring decimal now within the Nigerian space. Help yourself was what the governor of Plateau State said. Help yourself is what Professor Akitoye is saying to the Yoruba people. Help yourself is what Danjuma said to his people. And in Southern Kaduna, help yourself. We had a government, or we have a government, or we had a government once upon a time. But whenever we ever had a government in Nigeria, this is something somebody has to explain to me. This is something, of course, though, that this guy has to explain to us even more. Deontay Wilder says he hails from Edo State, Nigeria. So you can see now, you can tell that waffy behavior anyway. It looks as one of those waff boys. So it wouldn't be any surprise if there's any attraction to this. But wishful thinking or just reaching to facts, is there science backing this? Deontay Wilder says he hails from Edo State, Nigeria. So now let's not see now what the ex-champion is talking about. Former world boxing champion Deontay Wilder has disclosed that he has traced his roots to Edo State, Nigeria. In a viral video seen by correspondents on Saturday, Wilder said he would like to go back home to learn about his culture. The United States professional boxer said, "I want to go back and learn more about my culture and information with things about me. Once I am done with what I am doing," I think he's taking on, what is his name? The gypsy guy. Again, what is his name? The other one, the fat guy that beat him the last time. So he's looking to get his title back off the fat guy. I can't recall his name. Once I am done with what I am doing, I am going back to my tribe, Edo. So, Ovie, you are the athlete. Your long-lost cousin is coming home. So once I am done with what I am doing, I am going back to see my tribe, Edo. I want to see my culture and my ancestors and learn a lot of things. We all have lots of things that we are connected to that we know nothing about. I'd love to go there and do research about my roots and my tribe. Wilder, who adopted the moniker Bronze Bomber, enjoyed a 5-year reign as the WBC heavyweight champion between 2015 and 2020, losing his strap in a bout with Tyson Fury. So yes, that's the name, Tyson Fury, in February 2020. So Deontay Wilder, an Edo man, this is the thing. Welcome home, are you saying, Ovie, to your long-lost cousin? Baba Akure joins us now. He has reverted to his original name again, so no surprises this time around. Igor, we see you. And who's this last name? It's quite faint. The truth to people, we see you too. So to you, Ovie, your boy is coming home. Deontay Wilder apparently is from your yard. You kept that a secret. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. As a member of the Oba Council, being a chief priest,
Yes,
we have already swing to action. We are preparing a chief science title for him. For sure,
but
he
this
has
is
a
the
seat
thing.
in the
But
village square.
here you go. But you know how you people like ritual, or you have to buy goats, doesn't it? And you have to do all sort of rituals that you do in that part.
For ritual in what way now?
To bring him back home now.
To bring it
Or
back
will
home.
it
No. The guy don't see
before he
the,
can enter the town, will he not have to step over chicken or something? But
No. He has done us proud. So for that,
okay.
we will forgive him a lot of things that we
Okay,
guys.
that's just a light-hearted. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. I understand. We afford him a first class citizenship in
There you go. So,
he has a lot to contribute to our Edo State economy. So apart from the fact that experience and
especially
technicalities,
especially that $70 million that he has in the bank, that he can start by contributing that.
that's a
But
lot.
To Nigeria.
this is
Why
it.
not?
To Nigeria.
Why not? Why not?
There you go.
Have you heard of Ososo Tourist Center? That's my village. Have you heard of that? Google it. Ososo Tourist Center.
What's going on here? Oh God!
There's a resort waiting
Who's
for
this
him
person?
already.
What is he doing? God! You see, we did this live streaming sometimes, and it's a risk where you go live to somebody because you don't know what to anticipate. You know that. I hope that didn't come on the screen to. Let me put Ajanle Koko there. So over here, let's just go to the narrative. That guy jarred my senses a bit. So that Fashola's borrowing is trying to justify the unjustified. Well, just speak to it. He's saying borrowing is good, which I don't disagree with. He's saying you have to borrow with a purpose, which I don't disagree with. But then, of course, the borrowings that this particular administration has taken on, there's nothing essentially to show for it, because you have to understand that Nigeria earns a lot in foreign exchange anyway. So the heavy weight of that borrowing is not reflecting both in the income of the country and the weight of this additional borrowing that they're taking on. The government that has borrowed the most ever in the history of the country, and they are placing us in heavy debt, and is talking about some Lekki bridge that he built. What is this nonsense?
Well, at least you have they will ever listen. They will give you a reason why they are borrowing money. They will use railway as an example, and so one or two other infrastructure. With your favorite one being the second Niger bridge. So I think if I want to go by your reasoning, they have every reason to borrow money. But my issue with Fashola assertion is, I think he's trying to join comparison with the Western world, how they borrow to develop and all that. Yes, but what he failed to point out that how are their leaders living? I understand they are also corrupt and all that, but the more we are borrowing, if we borrow 2 billion today, over half of that borrowing will go to their own personal expenses, just personal. So no matter how they are trying to,
that's what I said.
No matter how they are
spend
trying
all
to
this money
justify,
on recurring expenditure, and they spend it on extra codes, on sitting fee, allowance fee, this, that fee,
yeah.
The fees of the fees, this is what they waste the money on.
Yeah, so no matter how they try to justify their borrowing with the pocket of infrastructure here and there, their lifestyle is still contradicted, whatever they are trying to say. So, I mean, Fashola, I don't know. I mean, again, it's a season. What do you expect him to say? You want him to go against the administration? If you go against the administration,
maybe not speak to the things at all, rather than say nonsense.
No. He has to.
He's boasting about they are going to continue to boast about that railway that they built in Lagos.
That is a script from the administration.
But they should not go with that script. They should not, because when they go with that,
you don't get choice.
No, because you see what we're doing here, Ovie. Because he has said those words, we're interrogating those words. So maybe they should not say those words at all, because it doesn't then get interrogated. Because when he's saying they are borrowing for this purpose, then it forces us to look at that borrowing, and we see that it is not fit for purpose.
If you look at how smart this administration is, these people they are using to front all this kind of statement, and our own people. So so before you go attack the Oga Patakpara, you meet our boy for gate first, which in this case the Fashola. So in a way they don't have choice. They have to speak. And at the time it is now campaign season, they have to say something, and it has to be positive. However, the public is going to receive it, that will not concern them. So that's what you are
Oh,
saying.
okay. Yeah, the one place that they are not using our own people to front is their party, All Northern Affair, as race begins for new APC national chairman. So traditionally, this is a position that has been occupied by a southerner, Bisi Akande, John Oyegun, Adams Oshiomhole. Usually it goes traditionally to that south-south space or wherever
Nah,
it
nah,
is,
nah.
but to the Delta regions. But
Yes.
now, Fulani all the way through.
The only tradition there is, I mean, it's a good thing if they want to keep the chairmanship party with it. That means the automatically are going to zone the presidency to the south.
No,
That's what
that
it
is
means.
that is the justification that they are saying
No, but this is
yeah,
what
yeah.
you are seeing here is not be national, not be national. This is party politics at its highest
Mm.
level here. So they cannot when the BC Akonde, the Oyegu and Co, who is the president? A Fulani man now. So if the both of them cannot hold the same, they cannot hold the two highest position in the party from the
Well,
same zone. From the,
traditionally,
again,
but
religion now again another thing they are looking at it again is religion. Most of the people who have been holding this in are Christians. So the Muslim are clamoring for, okay, it's our turn now to actually. That's one of the reasons they are
no,
saying so.
I don't think the position is that, I don't think that's one of the positions that leads with religion. I mean,
No,
if you are saying
why you
religion,
they
no,
talk? Why
hold on,
what are
come
you
off it,
waiting
come
they
off
talk
it,
now?
come off it. They've had three in succession that were not. Is it suddenly that they are
Yes,
waking up?
because the
Is it,
president
are
was
they
from the
suddenly
north
now
and he's a
waking up?
Muslim.
No,
No,
are they
see,
suddenly waking up now to realize that the
no, now
religion
party
what are you talking
politics.
about?
Now look at the other side
But
too.
religion doesn't come into the permutation, is what I'm
Which
saying. How
religion
does
Yeah,
doesn't
it
but
come
come
in
when
in?
did
self.
they
What are you talking
say
about?
yes
There's religion
now?
in the family. What are you talking about?
Oh, oh,
Now the
oh.
argument be that the north. That is the argument.
This is it.
I am telling
You are
no.
this is your tradition. You always get to 80%, and then
See,
you fall off the horse.
you just read the newspaper and conclude. Listen to the key holders of these parties. Now, so then they mobilize.
Which is what it's not about religion. I take your
See,
point. No, hold on.
Is
I
that
take
what
your
they
point
said? Is
that
that what the party? Is that what the
no, I don't
party?
know
wait
how.
now.
No, I don't know
Listen.
how Ovie is
First of
trying to
all,
force religion
first of all,
into.
no. The question you ask yourself: how important is the party chairmanship first?
Well,
What is
it's
the importance of
important
that?
enough. It's important enough.
Exactly. So why are you not saying religion doesn't matter in this point? At this point, I'm telling you the
But
factors that will
but
It
determine the next
doesn't.
chairman. These are the
no,
factors
Religion
that
doesn't
determine.
matter
Listen,
when it comes to party position. Ovie,
no,
religion doesn't
they've had
matter.
three
are you serious?
non-Muslims.
Are you
Religion
guys
If it
doesn't
was
serious right
matter.
now? Are
if
you
they were
guys serious?
hold on,
Come
Ovie,
on, man.
answer. Hold on, Ajani Koko. Ovie, answer this, and then I'll move on to
Now
Ababa Kure.
Nigeria will they talk here?
Hold on. If religion is an important factor, as you are saying, how come they've had three in succession that were not of their religion
And
in
I'm
that
telling
position?
you, because the president who is from that party is a Muslim and is a northerner, you cannot get the same religion, the same from the same region as
Oh,
they
oh,
occupy the two highest party in the party, the two position in
all
the
right.
party. Come on, this is
You are
now
reaching
Nigeria.
there, man.
No, I
You
am
are
telling you the
reaching.
fact. No, I am telling you the factor that will determine the next chairman, right? The religion of
Well,
that
we
of
already know it's going to be a full animal, so that's just the end of it.
yes,
Doesn't really
he has
matter
to,
which one.
and I'm
So,
saying it's a good thing if there's only two. And now, among the three, there are three prominent contenders from the north, excluding the current caretaker chairman, because he's also in the race. Because there's a fraction of them that are clamoring for him to continue their SP so far. It should stay till they finish the convention. And trust me, the convention is not going to hold till maybe around December. Nothing is going to happen till around December. So there's a strategy, and there's a reason for that too. They are waiting for the PTB to settle to know who they're going to give their presidential ticket to. So all these things you have to factor in. Now, who are these people who are clamoring for this chairmanship? The sheriff and the counterpart from the northeast, and that is one of their reasons. And again, they are also clamoring for presidency. So that is also working against them. And for the fact that Sheriff has jumped from one party to another, he has his own, they still believe he still work for PDP anyway. So those are the main guy that that if they throw it open or if they come to consensus, is probably the former Nasarawa State governor. Reason being because he's a former governor.
Al-Makura, yes.
Reason being because he's a former governor. But apart from that, I think he was a former youth leader in the former MPP or CPC. So he has that executive experience. Right from the days when he was a youth, he had the interaction with the former president.
Danjuma Goje is a strong name. Ali Modu Sharif is a strong name.
Those are from the northeast. Kashim is from the northeast.
Kasim Shatima is a strong name. Abdullah Aziz Yari is a strong name. So there's strong names all the way through. So I'm not quite sure.
I'm breaking down their chances and what is going to work for them and what is going to work against them. They are looking for somebody who is going to unite the party, who is going to keep this peace that even though they are crisis here and there, but they are looking for somebody who will come that nobody can actually say, come, why this person? And as I said, if they succeed in giving to the northern, and it's a good thing, that means for sure the presidency from that party is coming to the south.
Oh, okay. Nothing seems to have worked.
Even at that, they are looking at it from two.
Yeah.
They are looking at it from two ways. Again, if it's a consensus that will bring the next party chairman in, that means they are going to throw the presidential open for the Southerners, which will now go against the secret agreement they have with the Tinubu with the Southwest. So that is why you see all these delays.
Hold on. Let Ajale Koko interject. Yeah.
Ovie narrative about religion and sharing of party position is not right. It's wrong. It's complete. It's not a factor. They don't use that as a factor when it comes to.
What are the factors, sir? Break it down.
It doesn't fly. That argument doesn't fly.
What are the factors?
Okay, the main factor is zona. They look at the zone they're gonna send this thing to. Is it that zone Is it the zone that will bring out the candidate? The person for the particular position that is zoned. So it's zoned to their region. They don't use religion. All party positions are shared. Hold on. All party position. Hold on, Ovie. All party position are shared among the zones. And when they share to the zone will bring out candidate who is going to fill that position in the party.
Okay.
Religion,
hold on,
is not a factor.
Because I want to move it. Oh yeah, hold on. I'll move it around.
Yes.
But just to add on, Ovie, I'm always saying you get to 80%. You are right to say that having all this and all northern field. It indicates, it signals to the fact that they are going to zone the presidency to the south. So that is correct, but it doesn't really matter the religion of the religion is not really, that is what is in play. Hold on. What is in play? What is in play is just the zoning of the presidency to the south and the zoning of the chairmanship to the north. That is for the balance. So I'm not sure how you do religion into the mix.
Listen, I wasn't here yesterday, but you make a very strong point while I was listening. You talk about somebody was arguing that they should detour the religion institution. You say no, that you use the example as the Christian faith alone control about 20 to 25 million people. That is a voting block. That's a segment. And you are telling me a country that is so divided, clearly divided religion, that religion doesn't come to play for a major political party chairmanship.
Hold on. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. When religion matters is who fronts that party in elections. But let's leave that because we'll come back to the...
If there's zone that thing come your village, if there's zone that come your village, they reduce and come to your family. Within your family, people will come and contest it with you. And those are the reasons they will use against you.
All right.
It is not written that it's a criteria. It is not written anywhere. But I'm telling you, that is what is at stake.
Your research. Go and do your research. Religion is never a factor when it comes to party position.
Hold on,
please, can you share what I sent to you earlier on with them for them to know when I begin to
you mean the text? Yes.
The post I made.
I don't have it. I don't have it on screen. But
December.
This is what Ovie said. December 14, 2014. So this is what he posted on his Facebook. But although your surname has changed again, Ovie, so I don't know what You are a suspect. You know that Baba Akure is a policeman. You know, and so he says, I said it and I will keep saying it. 30 years is too much of a long time for us to go back to. Plus, how can I vote for my grandfather's mate to be my president? So this it was essentially going against Buhari. So there you get your credit.
Listen, no. Listen, this was 2 days after Buhari won the primary election. 2014. You understand?
No, hold on. That doesn't make you some political genius. You are not a lone voice. Everybody was saying the same thing. Maybe you heard somebody say it. When you maybe you heard somebody say it and you went and posted it on your Facebook. We all do that.
I won't react like Moses. I won't react like Maurice. Okay,
you don't have to react like Maurice because I've not said anything that should. Let's go to Southern Kaduna so that we can go on to Baba Akure. Southern Kaduna are now looking to, first they looked to Moses. Moses was not there, and then they looked to the right and to the left. Nobody was there. So self-help now, they are saying they are going to reclaim their communities now from these Buhari's tribesmen. So that message of self-help, it now seems to be reverberating right across the country. So Southern Kaduna is looking to claim their land back from Malam Buhari's tribesmen.
I mean, I think at this point, I would say the same religions, we don't they bewitch us now. Now they bewitch that part of the state too. Because if you look at the leaders that actually came from Kaduna in terms of military hierarchy and all that, most of them are from Southern Kaduna. You understand? But so how come all these years they are still under oppression from the core houses? It still boils down to what I keep saying. If you know dominate, you give room to people to come dominate you. And that's exactly what is happening.
You see, the final nail in the coffin for that space for me was in 2019 when El-Rufai went Muslim. Yeah.
Let me get one again.
Yeah.
Those are the capacity where El-Rufai they display for the Fulani power brokers. They come. I feel hold on our ground. If I feel put this state as it is. Now direct statement, indirect statement, that they communicate with themselves. So that's why I keep saying that the guy is still remember one of the frontrunners for the presidency. Is the crown prince. If the Southerners play anyhow into their hand, we go see Europa as our president. Because he don't show why the killings and everything is going on. He's telling those people, say, yes, I feel continue with where Baba stop.
Okay, well, that is your opinion. As ever, your opinions always are psychedelic.
My opinion, a layman opinion. It's not popular.
It's not layman opinion. It's layman opinion.
I cannot say that. You're just trying to troll.
You are trying to troll, but don't worry, we are watching you.
That's why I keep saying that. If me feel know that this man is coming to set us 30 years back, as at that time, you are not arguing that them Tinubu them. No. That's why I keep saying like, come on.
No, we know that. We know that
these guys are friends. They find babes together back in the days. They drink beer together back in the days. They run this together. They're all from Mali Barak.
Ovie, I don't think anybody thought Buhari would be any good. But nobody really thought he would be this bad. This is the thing.
So why would I blame instead of blaming the people?
They wanted to get Goodluck Jonathan out of the place, and they know that Buhari was going to be a bit brutish and a bit clannish, but they never knew that he was going to be a monster and a bloodthirsty. Nobody. If they anticipated that this guy would be this evil,
they invested billions to change the narrative, to pen this man good. By the time we find out how much bring this man to power, we go. Now that we go understand, say okay.
No, we know how much. We know how much. We know how much brought him into power. Let me tell you how much brought him into power. When Goodluck Jonathan left government, he said he left an excess of $30 billion in the coffers for the Nigerian state. When Buhari came into power, they shut down government for a good 6 to 7 months. And by the time they came out to make announcements, they told us that the economy was completely empty. Goodluck Jonathan said he left an excess starting fund of $30 billion. This guy said the whole place was completely empty. So within that 7-month period that they had no government, the story of $30 billion had disappeared. So we know how much it cost. Let's go to Alexander. Hold on. Don't anything. Let's, because we need to go around everybody. But let me acknowledge Alexander. Alexander is actually referencing the earlier session, I think, with this super chat. So this is Alexander's super chat. He says, I absolutely detest when folks, especially from the southeast states, with arrogance that Igbo people built Lagos and or no one owns Lagos per someone's assertion earlier today. It rubs me the wrong way, seriously. So essentially, this was a narrative that we're going through earlier on. Victor, myself, Ovie was there as well, and Bia. And you know that narrative again that the Igbos built Lagos. So a Lagosian, of course. I mean, some of you may or may not know.
Who said that?
Well, it was implied and in the mix. I think maybe it was Bia that said it, but certainly there's murmurings of it that are. You remember when we're talking about
the money.
So I think that. No, I don't think it was you. It would have either been Victor or Bia. But they either said or inferred that it was essentially the Igbos that built Lagos State, and if they took their money out, Lagos would collapse. So this is what Alexander is pushing back at with his super chat, because some of you may or may not be aware, Alexander is a Lagosian and a proud one as well. So he takes exception to anybody saying anything that he doesn't consider to be factual about his home state. So thank you, Alexander, for that. That point of correction. This according to yourself. So to Baba Akure we go. Baba Akure to the narrative. This gymnastics that Ovie has just taken us through, trying to put religion into where it doesn't fit. The Nigerian borrowing, Deontay Wilder now being an Edo man, and the southern Kaduna State taking matters into their own hands. Good to see you, Baba Akure.
Thank you very much for having me. Firstly, I will congratulate responsible fathers. Happy Father's Day. I'm not talking about those who left their kids disarray anyway. I'm talking about those who are responsible, even though if they are not even married to that woman again, but they still take care of their kids. So I congratulate them for happy Father's Day. Anyway.
Thank you, Baba Akure.
You are welcome. So let's start with the issue of Ovie. Ovie is a politician anyway. Everything is politics.
Everything, all our politics.
I'm a student of politics.
All our politics.
Well, like other people say, I don't think they are going to use religion as yardstick for the party chairman. I think they have to post it to some region. I don't know how it goes, but I know for sure that they don't use religion as the backbone to put chairmanship of any particular party into certain place, because we can see. I think before it was Oyegun, the APC. Was it Oyegun?
Yeah, it started with Bisi Akande, and then it went on to Oyegun, and then it went on to Oshiomole. So, I mean, all these Muslims were there. So how has religion suddenly come into it? I don't know.
It doesn't really add up. So that is for that. So now I'm going to go to the big issue now. The Inspector Fashola. So I'm going to talk about Inspector Fashola. So
yes,
well, according to him, there is nothing wrong in borrowing. But the reason for borrowing is the most important thing here. Like Ovie said, well, they will justify it because they built a railway station from Nigeria to Maradi. They even begged them on their knee that, can you please allow us to build this thing to your country? So they can justify that.
Yes, now because Nigeria is fully developed and we have all this free money. So
exactly.
we have to help our neighbors now because we have already satisfied our own needs.
and everything is nice. The road is the road is creased like gold. Everything is nice.
There you go. And money flowing.
Exactly.
Mm.
Everybody can feed themselves 3 times, even more than 3 times in a day, and the job is so dear that some people have even 5 jobs at the same time. So that is why. So borrowing money.
Having a 5 job no be good thing. No.
What?
I said having 5 jobs no be good thing. No.
Why not? You are making money. You are making a lot of money.
That is not the economy that is working.
You sure?
If you are living in an economy that is working, 1 job is okay for you, unless you want to do side hustle. Why you go legitimately 2-3 jobs? You say the economy is working. It's not.
Anyway, we are not going to argue about that. You may be right somehow.
I understand where
no, he's not right though. It's not right. No. Is your skill skill level that will determine the sort of is your skill level. If you're a brain specialist, then even half a job is enough for you. But then if you are doing manual work, then maybe you need
have to do exactly.
That's what I'm saying. If the economic is working, even the manual job should be enough for you to take care of your daily. At least live normal, like pay your bills. Even the normal job, the manual job.
Let's leave that.
I understand you. Shall understand. You will never reach the level to be giving out money or charity.
Exactly. You have a lot of jobs. So anyway, so now if we compare US, the so-called number one country in the world, as at last month, the debt of US is about $2 trillion. Right? They have debt more than Nigeria, but you can see a lot of. In fact, everybody wants to go to US. That's just the point. If they open their border like that of Canada, everybody will want to go to US because they believe that things are much more better. So that is it. Now, if you want to buy a house, your bank has to check your credit score, and they have to check how reliable you are, how disciplined you are to spend money. But not in that of Nigeria case. You see, this money they are talking about is just the money for election. No? I can tell you that. It's not the money that they really want to use to do something tangible for any citizen. When they get this money, half of it is going to their pocket. So the money they be borrowing, what have they achieved with it? Though we may say they built some railway station, they do this, they do that, but what is the costs?
Babakure, I don't want us to be too quick to give the full credit of that railway or even the second Niger bridge to the Buhari regime, because I'll tell you why. This is Rotimi Amaechi himself speaking. They had already agreed contractually, because when they borrow money, there's something they call a counterpart funding, which is essentially deposit if you are trying to buy a house. So they agreed the fundings with the Chinese Exim Bank, and they've agreed sort of the plannings of it. It was during the Goodluck Jonathan regime. So by the time Buhari came in and Rotimi Amaechi came in, they had to make some amendments to the planning just to show that they're doing work. And the same applies. These are Fashola squads as well. So the plannings, the fundings, essentially, they are Goodluck Jonathan things, but the only thing that Buhari did was not to cancel it and to follow through with that deal. So it's still a Goodluck Jonathan project. So there's really nothing that Buhari has done.
I'm not attributing everything for Buhari administration, but what I'm saying is that is what they will be claiming. Remember, even most of the things that they are commissioning in Lagos right now started from Ambode.
Yes.
So you see how our political class play their games. So, but that is what they will be saying. They will claim all the glory to themselves, not knowing that their predecessor already started that project. So, this month, all what they've done so far, what is the value of what they have done to the value of the money they already collected? When you look at those two, when you compare those two together, you will see that almost 2/3 of this money just go to their own pocket. But to me, it is not surprised. It is not going to be a surprise to me, because I know for sure it is not the money for project they are looking for. It is just the money to run election. Because I've been hearing now, in fact, I've heard from people where they give some APC member 500,000 naira. They distributed it from each local government, since when this agitation started in the southwest. Now the APC have been distributing money to their party. They gave some 500,000, some 600,000, some 1 million in each local government. They may budget maybe in one city or one town, they may budget like 5 million in one local government or in one city. Okay, they will give it to like 9 people. So those are the things they are looking money for. It's not issue for the project. It's not issue of project. It is the money they will use to buy people for election. That is my own take on that. Now coming to Southern Kaduna. I don't really know much about the politics of Southern Kaduna, but I know for sure that Caduna State. Sorry, I know that Southern Kaduna is dominated by Christian and northern part is dominated by Muslim. That is all what I know. I don't know. Maybe I may be wrong.
No, you are right.
But the issue is that we'll be talking about this issue. Remember, the issue of defend yourself came from the, I think, Minister for Defense or advisor for the something like that nature.
Oh yes. I remember who you mean. He says that you have put up a fight and people were saying with
he
what?
was
Yes.
the first person that we should not afraid that we should defend ourselves.
Defense minister.
What's his name?
Defense minister. Okay. His name.
Yeah.
Carry on. Then came this man from Benue. Then thereafter, we hear from Professor Akintoye. So on and on. And this is what is going to ring a bell in the brain of every individual, and from now on. So we don't know what is going to happen, because we are still deliberating and believing that there will be election. What's that?
His name is Bashir Sai Magashi.
Okay. Magashi, yes. Yes.
So now you can see now in the space of 3 months now, we've seen different quarters that defend yourself. But the question now is that how are people going to defend themselves? Because that is the question you asked the other day. How are we going to defend ourselves? Who is going to buy those material to defend yourself? Is it arrow and bow?
Or kung fu fighting?
But I know for sure something will happen. We don't know that thing that is going to happen, because it cannot continue like this. Even
the Fulanis and the Hausas, etc., they also must be of the thought that we cannot continue in this brutish manner. There is no future in this direction that the country is embarked on. There are no winners. Nobody is going to win anything. You are not going to dominate anybody, and nobody is going to really. It's just a mess.
The point is that
very well.
You see, we'll be talking about Fulanization agenda. I don't think there is no doubt about that with what we are seeing now.
No, I think it's clear that they are attempting it, but how are they going to succeed?
It is everywhere. It's being ransacked right now. Everywhere, even the so-called Lagos. The other day they denying that there's nothing wrong in Ikorodu. A lot of things happen in Ikorodu. They can deny whatever they want. It is going on. It is just that Zamfara now is hotbed of criminal activity right now. Zamfara. Because
there's a lot of mix. There's a lot of mix in Zamfara, because a lot of gold has been discovered in that place, plus the terrorism and the banditry. Whilst we still have you, I know you've been keeping tabs on the Oduduwa Nation narrative. Did you follow Sunday Igboho to Lagos, and how successful was it?
Well, I read about it. I read about it on a newspaper, and the other day, 2 days, was it 2 days ago, that I said I had to go. I have to take my wife's vehicle to make to workshop to fix certain things. So they call us. So I just have to watch out. So that was why.
Yeah.
You were talking about it that very day, right?
Oh, yes.
Actually, to me, I don't trust. What's the name of this speaker? Is he Abashi or whatever we call himself?
Yeah, Obasa. Obasa.
Yeah. I don't trust them. Right? I can tell you that. It is just political game. It is just
swag. Now swag boys be that.
I don't.
That one is a real criminal. You know, the last time they audited him, he owned about 150 houses in Lagos, and his wife was on salary. You know, and all this nonsense.
He's even more criminal than his boss.
Yes.
Jagaban, so-called Jagaban.
If you look at the guy, it's a typical, you know, Owambe guy. He's just some brass.
So is that person? Is that one you want to believe what he's saying?
Yeah.
I don't believe them. I can tell you, see any politician in Nigeria, it doesn't really matter. Either 20 years old or 30 years old or even my age or 45, whoever. I don't trust any politician in Nigeria, so-called Nigeria. They have to do what they say. I see it like this. Okay, this is what they say. They're doing it. Until then, I will believe them. That like you promise that, oh, you are going to do this, or this is what is your position. No. Until when I see you. I've been hearing that there will be some conflicts in Lagos, and some people say, okay, those whoever want to cause conflicts against agitation in Lagos State, they can prepare themselves. There is no doubt there will be some resistance in Lagos. There is no doubt about that, but they will take care of that.
All right. Thank you, Baba Kore. Let's acknowledge Plenty Waters super chat. It says, let's be logical by hitting SBSC and R1. Well, I don't know what that means, but explain that. I hope that is subscribe and thumbs up and notification. So if that is what you mean, then well done. So Plenty of Fish, follow what Plenty of Fish is even paying you now to do it. So Plenty of Fish is now paying you to subscribe and hit the like button. So now you have no excuses not to do that. So thank you, Plenty of Speech. To Ajanle Koko we go. So to the narrative, you were challenging Ovie on his views on religion, party chairmanship. So to that space, and to Fashola doing economic gymnastics, even though he's a lawyer. So to that space, and Southern Kaduna fighting back. Good to see you, Ajanle Koko.
How you guys doing?
We're good.
Okay. And first of all, on Ovie, saying that they consider religion as a factor to appoint a party position. I don't think Ovie really participated in practical politics. I think that is why he's talking like that. He's talking about what he doesn't know, how it works.
No, that's a bit much. No, he's speaking to what he knows, but you might know differently.
Well, that is why I'm saying that he is talking about what he does not know. Maybe he's just
no. He's speaking about what he knows, but you know differently. So tell us how differently you know.
Okay, I have participated in practical politics before. I have held
you ran for school prefect. Running for school prefect is not what are you talking about?
No, not for school prefect. Not for school prefect.
School prefect is not politics, you know. You give people sweet and they...
You'll be surprised too, Jay. It's politics. You'll be surprised what goes on there.
Yeah.
I have participated in party politics in Nigeria before. So, and I know how it works. So when it comes to party position, religion is out of it. It's never
considered. If you don't mind, sir, what year and what party is that, sir? If you don't mind.
since the SDP and NRC days. NRC, hold on. SDP, which other party do we have then? That was the party during the Babangida time.
NRC.
I think the SDP and NRC.
Yeah.
And after then, downward to the time of Obasanjo before I came to this country. So I participated strongly in party politics, and I know the factors that they consider when it comes to party position. They don't consider religion at all. It all goes zonal. It's all about zone. Whatever comes to the zone, the people in that zone will, look among themselves, the person that is well fit for that position, and that's the person they will present.
Yeah, but what I'm not saying is in their constitution or is a law.
No, I'm not talking about constitution of it. I'm talking about the way it works.
Hold on, Ajale Koko, to the greater point that Ovie made, which I agree with, that these all northern candidature that we're having for the chairmanship of APC is indicative of the fact that they are likely to zone the presidency to PD to the southern region, because of course you cannot have a party chairman northerner and then he goes and nominates his fellow northerner as the so to that greater point.
On that, Ovie is right. Is right, because there is no way they're gonna have a party chairman from the north and they want to take the presidential candidates too from the north. That is not going to work. So because it's a party leadership position. Chairman of the party is a leadership position in the party, and whoever they're going to present as the president of the presidential candidate of the party is as well the leadership of the most. Both of them are the most supreme position in the party. So there's no way one section of the country can take both of them. It's not possible. That will cause scatter in that party. So, and Ovie is right on that. That one is right. So.
Okay, so to the southern Kaduna space, help yourself now. A recurring decimal within the Nigerian space. A lot of people push back against the narrative that Nigeria is a failed state, but then of course. If you are saying that the government is not able to protect you, they are not able to provide infrastructure, people are now having to resort to self-help in virtually every facet of life, then what purpose does the government serve? So Southern Kaduna resorting to self-help, Ajanle Koko.
Well, the problem of Southern Kaduna is a problem that has lingered for a long time. And if you may recall, Katsina used to be part of Kaduna before they, break it out and to make it a state on its own. See, this religious problem, religious fight among Christian and Muslim in that Kaduna is a problem that the only solution to it is what the leaders in that state have agreed to recently, that they have to break that country into two. I mean, that state into two. The southern Kaduna have to be a state on its own, and the northern Kaduna have to be a state on its own, and they can finally put a permanent solution to the problem of the southern Kaduna. So
you see, a lot of people would agree with that, just to have ease, at least some sort of relative ease in that space. But then, of course, because of the way that they've just amateurishly and out of self-interest carved up that country, there'll be a lot of resistance, because that'll be maybe not a permanent solution, but at least a good move towards solving there's a permanent conflict in that space, to split it into two, because it's big enough to be split into two, and to have that southern Kaduna, which is essentially a Christian region, and Northern Kaduna, they can do their own thing. But then, of course, then Oyo State will pipe up and say, look, we want Ogbomoso State. And then the Igbos will say, we're being out now. So it's a good solution, but it's highly unlikely to happen.
Yeah, that's another factor to it, that, you know, if they break it into two, you see many states, we want to request that, oh, we want our own state, we want our state. So I don't think federal government is going to agree to the decision of the leadership in that state to break the state into two. But, you know, one thing that we have to know is that the governor of Kaduna, Rufai, took a very, he tried to find a some kind of solution to the problem earlier before this. You know, when there was that serious fighting that Christian accused Muslim and the military supporting the Fulani to kill a lot of Christians. You know, he set up a judiciary commission that investigated it, and in their report, they found that some military guys really did that.
And yeah, but you have to dine with El Rufai with a long spoon. Because in 2019, traditionally, what you've always had in Kaduna, especially because it's such a mix of all blends of people and certainly religions, it's just almost an equi-mix of Christian and Muslim. So the governor of that state is usually governor from one religion, vice from one religion. I think El Rufai is actually the first instance that we've had a Muslim ticket. And he's saying he's going to do it and nothing will happen. And he went on and he did it, nothing will happen. Nothing has happened. But then, of course, you know, because they always try and strike that balance with Southern Kaduna, but he did that in 2019, just, you know, the arrogance of, you know, the impunity of his position. So that is El Rufai.
But you know what happened? You know what happened then? What happened then was that, you know, Southern Kaduna people, led by Shehu Sani, were very antagonistic of his administration. And he thought that, what is the point? Because they are losing votes. APC was losing votes in Southern Kaduna. They are all standing up against him. That, you know that he rigged this guy out for the senatorial election. He rigged Shehu Sani, they rigged him out, using the apparatuses of the state to rig him out, because Shehu Sani was challenging him on so many things, particularly the way he's running the finances of the state. So and a lot of Southern Kaduna political leaders too were with Shehu Sani. So he thought, what is the point of giving them the vice chairman? I mean, the vice governor. Who can I trust among them? Nobody to trust. They are all against me. I am going to, you know, put a fellow Muslim as my confidant, as my you know, deputy governor, and go ahead and rig the election. And that is what happened. But one thing we have to be fair with him on the conflict between the Southern Kaduna and the Fulani. He set up a judiciary commission. They came out with a report. They, you know, that, you know, indicted a lot of military personnel and some other people. They submitted the report to the federal government. They didn't do any action. They didn't take any action.
All right, thank you. Have you spoken on Fashola's idea on borrowing, and you know, that they will continue to borrow because that is what countries do?
Well, Fashola is a corrupt governor. Some people might, I mean, they were using media then to carry out some propaganda that, oh, the best governor in Nigeria is doing this, is doing that. Go and look at Lagos State, all that they claim that they do. Go and look at the public school. The public school are in shambles. Go and look at the health sector. The health sector is no-go area. Go and look at the road. So, and the light motor rail in Lagos State, they couldn't complete it until now. They are the loan they took for that project, and the amounts they claim that they awarded that project is more than the amounts that is reported on Chinese stock exchange market.
No, I think you've given us that narrative before, that there's a disparity between those two figures. Yeah, okay, but just quickly to Ovie's home state and his homeboy now, Deontay Wilder, now claiming that he's an Edo man. You are in America. It looks as though you're about to lose one of your citizens to Nigeria. An Edo man, Deontay Wilder.
Let me finish on Fashola. Fashola is talking about loan. He's talking about loan. There's nothing wrong in loan. That this. Go and check the history. I mean, go and check the record of the administration. When they came into government, the external loan, the external debt of the nation then was like 20. I think they came in 2015, right? Or 2014, when Buhari came in. Is it 2014 or 15? 15?
15, yes.
Yeah, 15, the external debt of the nation was $28 billion. As of today, the first quarter of this year, it has risen to $87 billion. What have they done with that money that is visible, that we can see? How has that make impact in the life of the people? The rail, the train they're talking about, look at it on the TV, you will just laugh. It's a locomotive train.
Do you know? Yes.
It's a locomotive-driven train. It's not an electric. It's not electronic driven. It's a local. I mean, you just see these people and you just laugh. That what are they talking about? And look at the rate of poverty. The poverty level in Nigeria is. We are poverty capital of the world. And they said they are borrowing. Borrowing for what? What are they using the money for? They use it to pay salary. They use it to pocket, and compare how much they borrow with what they are put on the ground. You will see that you're going to see a wide difference in what they have actually done with the loan and against how much they collected. You will see a strong, a wide disparity in the value. So these people, they are not, they don't mean well for that country, man. They don't mean well for that country. So they are politicians. That is what they be saying. They will continue to play that up to the time of election. We are doing the money we borrow, we are using it. We are actually all this project was started by Jonathan government started all this project. Jonathan's government, the one he did in Abuja was 95% complete, almost completed, 95% done by the time Jonathan left. And all this one, Jonathan already started all these things. So they are only trying to take credit for this project. They are not. Name one project that Buhari initiated. Buhari government initiated. There is no project that they initiated on their own. All these projects that they are crying on, they are making news about, started by Jonathan administration. So this is a corrupt government, and they are not going to stop borrowing. They will continue to borrow, and they will borrow that country to death. That is what I know.
That is if they have not done that already, because of course the weight of that debt. But the one person that will be coming to help us insulate that debt burden with his $70 million portfolio. Deontay Wilder is now an Edo man. So you are losing one of the American citizens to the Nigerian state. Adanle Koko, what do you say to that?
I hope Ovie will call him and tell him to calm down, to take it easy now, not to come to Nigeria.
To forget it.
Yeah, that's right. Ovie should look for how he can get in touch with this guy. Say, hey, I'm your brother. It's not the right time for come.
Nigeria is more safer. Nigeria is safer for him than America. That's the fact. As a black man, Nigeria is safer. As a black man, no, for real.
You see, when I tell you that Ovie is trolling, this is what I mean. Listen to him. So just to that,
with the money he has, Nigeria is more safer for him than America.
How do you mean?
With the kind of money he has, Nigeria is more safer for him than America.
Okay.
If with that money he has, he can keep criminals away from her. But with that money he has in America, we attract more police, and they are more scared of the policeman than the criminal themselves. So it's more safer in Nigeria than America.
You are staying here. You didn't go to Nigeria.
I don't get anything. I don't get anything. So if I go, that's why I get freedom for here. I don't get anything.
Okay. You know that space that Adanle Koko was just speaking to. All this infrastructure. I want you to watch this because they want a lot of this infrastructure a lot. So I want you guys to see this because when I saw it, anyway, I'll let you see it. And then this is Ankoy bricks from the south. Yeah, from the Niger Delta. So listen to Ankoy.
The material is poor. The building Lagos to Ibadan. And look, I've been in trains all over the world, in other parts of the world. The train I got on, compared to even the oldest train in the United Kingdom, is nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. The material is poor. The building of the casting, the building of the train is poor. The seats are poor. It is 6,000 naira for first class. The chairs are low. There are no tables, and that's first class. This is arrant nonsense. And you're borrowing money to do all these things, and you're giving Nigerians a Photoshop. I have my own photos that I took. We were walking across planks.
This is the station BUHARI just commissioned.
That is the.
This is our railway in a Buddha meta.
You see what Ovie
and this is
adopted father have done.
Nigeria is supposed to be copying from abroad. It's a mess. It's not finished.
Thanks to Tinubu and Fashola.
People are suffering, dragging their load across rail tracks, which I also have done on my way to Ibadan to deliver a paper at the Oyo governor's invitation to discuss the way forward for Nigeria. Well, we're supposed to be discussing development. This is development.
Well, construction is still ongoing now.
Only if we don't help ourselves, I don't know again. No, we have to. This is not good enough. This is not good enough. Railway master. Okay. We were walking across planks to go from one side of the railway. We were crossing the railway tracks to enter the to go on the railway. To go on the train. And yet we hear this government telling us of what a fantastic job this railway thing is. It is not a fantastic job. I've been on the Lagos Ibadan train in the first class, and It is nothing compared to even the economy trains that you have in England between Manchester and London.
I'm sorry.
So that was Ankoy. Hold on. Can you hold on, please, Ovie? That's Ankoy bricks. 2 days before BUHARI went to commission that thing. Work still ongoing, yes, but too much work is still needed for them to be commissioning it. But the work is ongoing, so you can say that. But the infrastructure that she's describing, I don't know anybody that has ever lived in Lagos and been on a Molue sort of a thing. When they use planks on the seat, there is a plank seat, low sitting plank seat. You know those sort of seats that when you sit, by the time you want to get up, you need life support to get up. Your leg is dead and everything. This is first class. So this is what Uncle brings. And this is what they spent $4 billion on. Go to Ethiopia and see what they spent $500 million on. Bullet train like you find in Japan. But look at Nigeria. This is the thing. We spend.
Do you know the one in Ethiopia that they built the rail track they built from Ethiopia to what is the next country to them?
Somalia.
Yeah.
Kenya.
Do you know how much they spent for that project?
Maybe 1.5. No more.
Considering the distance from Ethiopia to that place is lesser than what Lagos State said they are going to spend on light rail.
The quality of the trains are 10 times better. The speed of the trains is 100 times faster, and the cost is 10%. And this is what they are talking about.
Let's give credit to
Ovie.
No, let's say Ovie's credit. Whoever is the credit. What credit are you giving Ovie?
So, Mr. Ajalego, you are older than me, so let's give credit to where credit is due. We should give Tinubu, Amechi, and Fashola credit for giving us BUHARI and even helping him to carry out.
Look at that.
So let's give them credit. Now then bring out. Yes.
You see, you are the only one clapping for yourself now. You see?
You don't have to. I don't need to. But that's because you guys know the truth. Because you know the truth.
Do you not find that shocking?
One man, you are bragging how Tinubu single-handedly made BUHARI win election. You are bragging. You are giving me credit.
No. Look, Tinubu is not the president. BUHARI is the president.
I know. I say we got BUHARI with the effort of Tinubu. Let's give him credit. If I not get President BUHARI without Tinubu, according to you, I'm quoting you now.
Why are you trying to make it a tribal issue now? Because every time, hold on. I've watched you several times when they are trying to nail this BUHARI administration. You want to go back, you want to blame Yoruba people, or you want to blame somebody that somebody caused it to be there. Look, it is one thing to get a job for somebody. It's another thing for that person to keep that job or do that job well. So what are you talking? Why are you going to Tinubu that because Tinubu did this? I mean, Tinubu is not the person in the office running the office. Jonathan is the cause of if Jonathan that you praise, that you are blaming the West for hold on, because several times you have blamed the West, you have blamed us, the Yoruba people, for the cause of this, that we voted Jonathan out and we put Tinubu there. If Jonathan has done his job well, everybody in the West back then wanted to vote for Jonathan for the election, but Jonathan allow corruption to flow like when you open your faucet in your kitchen, you know the way the water flow easily. That is the way corruption was flowing in Nigeria.
Let me respond.
Hold on.
Okay.
And Jonathan, Obasanjo left him no debt as at the time Obasanjo was going. Within short period of time.
Fashola was mocking that.
Can I say something? Let me respond to that, please.
Hold on. You've made an assertion. Give him the right to reply, Janle Kuko. Let him have the right to
I will start by using the same example he used. If you help person get a job. Sir, if you are running a company and you are looking for a manager, and you came to me, in fact, I came to you, I recommend the Como. Mr. One Man is the best man for the job. I convince you with everything I have, money, bribe, killing, everything, just to make sure he gets it. Now, One Man gets there and he's not performing. Will you come back to me again to recommend the other person to you? Good, that is it.
Hold on.
Okay.
Coming back to you, to recommend another person is one thing, and blaming you for one man not doing his job well is another thing.
Okay.
You are blaming Tinubu. That's the problem. You are trying to blame Tinubu. You are trying to blame Yoruba people.
Even that example is not very good, Ovie.
It's not very good.
That example is not very good because if you are recommending that person, no, hold on, because you are still on the point that you are.
That is not the point. I am on my way to my point.
If you are recommending that person, okay, carry on, Ovie. Carry on.
Allow me talk. Now,
okay.
I use that because the difference between my generation and your generation is that we ask questions. And if that question doesn't make sense, we'll quit asking. Buhari is not performing. Yes. Why is he not performing? Okay, is he competent? Is he literate? Is he all that? Okay, that's a given. Then we'll go again and ask. Then how did we arrive at this place? Oh, it was through election. Who nominated him? How did he get to this point? Do you know why? So that we will not repeat the same mistake again. It is not blaming.
No, that's not the question. No, that's not the question. No, you are painting a picture and you are choosing your colors, but that is not.
No, I am responding to what I said. I'm blaming Yoruba people. I'm blaming
Tinubu. No, forget that. You see what I'm discovering. Go on. Okay.
Your people look for excuses.
Your name is Agbaje, so you don't say your people. You are a Yoruba man too.
There's no difference between Tinubu and what's his name, the president. They all grew up together. Buhari grew up in Lagos for Dodon Barrack, for Ojo Barracks. Now Lagos boy, they know themselves.
You know, be Lagos boy. You know, be speak Yoruba. What do you mean? Tell you, Buhari. Buhari no grow up for West. You no grow up for this place.
Okay. Make your point.
I think you can even speak Yoruba very well. What are you talking about?
What I'm trying
to grow up here.
Sir, I expect you not to be literally to my words. Because I am not telling story here. I am going straight to the point. But when Buhari was the president in the 80s, I wasn't here. You were here. Where was he based? In Lagos. Lagos was the home seat to all these old men that we are talking about. When Abuja was built, for God's sake. So they know themselves. If me we just come yesterday, know them, know what they can do. What other excuse are you not giving to a man who is old enough to be my grandfather, who knows everything? I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just sticking to the root. This is the problem, so that we will not repeat it again. You guys can stick to your complaint.
We
are asking questions.
Hold on, because we can be here for. Because I know both of you will not give ground, but then
let's go to the root of the evil. Let's go to the root of the evil.
You see, that's your narrative is a false. Hold on, Ovie, and you have to listen. That your narrative is a false analogy, and you make it all the time. So 2 points I want to make. So first, to your point, and then to Ajanle Koko's point. So that your narrative is a false analogy, and you make it all the time. You say Tinubu facilitated. You say Tinubu facilitated and enabled Buhari. Yes, no, and you are right. You are right. Tinubu did. If you remove Tinubu from the Buhari narrative, the president of Nigeria will be a new man now, but the previous president will be up to 2019. It will be Goodluck Jonathan.
The man is going. We don't want to repeat the same mistake that brought Buhari in. That's what I'm saying. I am telling you what. You agree with me how Buhari become our president. You agree?
Yes. No, but I don't. I agree with you. I don't agree with you. No. I don't. I agree with. I don't agree with your reasoning to reach that point. Even though I agree with the points that you reached. So let me explain why I don't agree with your reasoning.
You are giving this is the most important thing. Forget how I get to the point. Forget how I get to the point.
No. We have to go through the devil is always in the detail.
Am I making a point though?
No, you are not. Is the answer? Do you want to know why?
Why?
Okay, you do this build up to this narrative that it was Tinubu that gave us Buhari, so we must blame it.
It is you.
No. Yeah, I agree. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing. Okay, so Tinubu gave us Buhari, but your narrative is that this is the guy that gave us Buhari, and you, because you even sent me a text of your Facebook post in 2014 to say that you have always been the thought that this guy would never be any good. And it's not any good. And if you, as young as you are, you have that realization from your understanding of politics, people that are steeped in politics like Tinubu, they must have a greater understanding of it. So if you understood it, then they must understand it. And if they understand it, why did they facilitate it? So that is your point.
No, that's not my point. That's not, that, again,
okay, what is your point?
I am speaking for tomorrow. These men are still on the move again to do
the
same
thing. I know you are speaking for tomorrow.
You say,
I know you are speaking to tomorrow, but I want to knock that your narrative on the head once and for all. So that your whole narrative, that is it situated right there. But the point is, everybody knew Buhari's quantity. They knew he was an ethnic jingoist. Tinubu wrote about it in 2007. Hold on. Tinubu wrote about it in 2007. But the overarching reputation that Buhari had was a Spartan man, a simple man, a disciplinarian, an honest man, and all of these things. And all those reputation, all that mystique that he had is predicated upon his administration with Tunde Idiagbon then. He was Spartan, he was stringent, he was a stickler to the rule, he was a simple man who commanded his own space, he was a principled man, all of that thing. That was the presentation that he had in his military dispensation. So the counterweight of his, hold on. The counterweight of his foibles, which is religious jingoism, and a lack of cranial functioning, the counterweight of it, they balanced it that if he has all of these principles, where his shortfallings is, it will counterbalance. So there was a counterbalancing in the calculation, but that counterbalancing fell apart when this guy came into power. One, because nobody knew he was as extreme as he is now, and Tinubu would not know that Buhari is as extreme as he is now, and force him through.
Let's save our time. Let's save time.
Obasanjo would not know this and force him through. Everybody that forced him through, Baba could have voted for him. He would not have voted for him. So this guy.
Henceforth, I'll be referring to Baba.
So that narrative of Tinubu, we know.
No. See, listen, as I said, my generation, we don't make excuse. We ask questions. And if the game doesn't make sense, we don't do anything. Look, do you know why Tinubu keep mentioning Tinubu? The reason why they keep bringing Nnamdi Kanu and the likes of, because they're already on the news. Tinubu is still on the move again to either be the president or produce another president, according to you, because he has the capacity, the credential to keep making president. And if I am saying that, if we don't focus on Tinubu and his ally, we are still going to get Buhari, who is worse than us. And that's what I'm saying. Instead of us focusing on the man who is already going out. That's the difference. So we are making the same point. But you don't just agree with me because of the names involved. If you want me to know that, I thought that Amechi is not a Yoruba. Amechi is not a Yoruba man. Oshomole is not a Yoruba man. We all know people who bring them in, but these people are still very...
We are sophisticated enough to understand the broader points that you are making. Hold on. Your broader point is still not the full ticket, is the point. So let me explain the full ticket to you. You are saying Tinubu, but that's the...
My generation take one step at the other.
We understand. You told us about your generation.
The full equation, we know them. We know the full equation, but I'm just...
What is the full equation then? What is the full equation?
Everybody is in a lot... Baba is involved by breaking Buhari, according to you. You just said it. Yeah. So what we are we are a problem solver, and the way we can solve is a problem. And for us to identify the problem, we have to define and analyze that problem to the core. If not, we'll be going around the same circle. And the problem here, I am
let Baba come in. Let Baba come in, and then let me land the point. Baba come in.
Point of correction, I did not vote for Buhari, but I
campaigned for him.
I campaigned for him. That's for sure. That was 2015.
Yes. Why?
Because based on I believe that is the person that we think that he will fight corruption. That is the main thing for me. See, because like Ajan Lekoko said, we cannot forget in a hurry what Jonathan did, because up to now, Alice Madueke, who is the architect of the whole corruption saga in
Jonathan's regime, in
his administration, He is using diplomatic passport now in Commonwealth Republic of Dominica. That is, he can fly anywhere in the world now. So we cannot really shift blame alone. That okay, well, because we supported Buhari in 2015. It is mainly because of incompetence of
Jonathan.
Yeah. For the best way to counter it is to bring another incompetent person.
No.
You just explained to me why. Why did you think Buhari was able to fight?
I agree with him. That's the reason.
You don't, because you're not hearing what he's saying.
So now, if you listen to what I said earlier on this platform, I say it doesn't really matter. Either 30 years old, 25 years old, 40 years old, even 150 years old person become president of Nigeria. I don't trust anybody.
That is why we should stop focus. See, that is why I say we should stop focusing on the president, but let's focus on the mechanism that brought him to power.
Yes.
Tinubu is the architect.
No. Hold on.
We're beating around the bush. We are just around the bush.
No, because you are missing the point of view. You are missing the point. You are missing in its entirety the point.
They have to be doing what they promised that they will do before I see it with my 2 eyes before I will believe them. Because I cannot believe anybody.
He made a good point.
Because we believe, and that is the problem we are having now. That is why you see agitation here and there. Because we believe that it's going to be better. This person is going to
very good point.
Hold on, Ovie. Let him land now. Let him land.
He made a very good point. No, because we are beating around the bush. He made a very good point by saying it doesn't matter either it is 10, 20, 30, 40, 100 years old that is the president. It doesn't matter. I agree with him. What matter is the mechanism, the individual.
Yeah, so let us speak to that mechanism. Let us speak. You say you won't allow this space. How can we move forward when you keep looking? Tomorrow you will go to this point again. So let's not.
The point is that
you are missing the point, but you don't want to listen to it.
Ovie want to blame Tinubu.
It is not blaming. It is not blaming. I am just highlighting his role.
Hold on, Adanle Koko. You have to hold on now. Please, Ovie. Adanle Koko, hold on too. Ovie, you said Tinubu. You don't mean Tinubu specifically, but you mean that class of person that orchestrates with. You said you will hold on now. So
because you give him so much credit to. That's why I'm using him as the front runner.
Yes, this is what is this not what I just said? This is what I just said. This is what I. If you hold on, please, Babakure. Ovie, if you listen without looking for an entry point to quickly jump onto, then you will see what I'm saying. So you say Tinubu, not so much that person Tinubu, but that class of person that orchestrate without forward thinking, and that's just led us to Buhari now. And what you're saying is, if we don't interrogate that space where those decisions are being made, where they're giving us these fake products to be president, forget Buhari, another Buhari will come, and another Buhari will come, and another Buhari will come. So it is not so much Tinubu that you're saying, but that space where those decisions have been made, and these elements that are making those decisions out of self-interest and self-ambition to the detriment of the people. So we understand that space, what you're saying. But what I am saying to you is that the entirety of Nigeria is that space. So for Tinubu replacing with any other decision-making, it is still that.
No. Don't involve the general masses, the poor masses, who they have deliberately impoverished.
No. I'm not talking about the masses. I'm talking about
general. You say Nigerian. You say the
no. I'm not saying the elite. We are talking about the elite. Okay. All right. Let's move it on, because I think Ovie is not.
You gave him so much credit now. You gave him so much credit.
I have a question for Ovie.
Nigerian people, excluding Nigerian masses, will never get.
I have a question for Ovie.
Okay.
My question is that, how, because like me, based on my experience so far, I made myself clear. It doesn't really matter if it is 20 years old person, 50 years old person, 100 years old, and 120 years old. I don't completely trust any politician in Nigeria. That's just period. Now, my question to you is that, how are we going to know who is the right person, because we've been in this issue. This one is going to be better. That is what we did in 2014, in 2015. Why I, as a person, just hold on, let me finish, right? You see, when Jonathan, remember this is how it goes. When Yaradua died, Jonathan took over from Yaradua. He finished. I think he finished the remaining 2 years. Then he contested with the same Buhari. If you are listening to me now, I personally, I was at work that very day. When I was watching it on TV, even some inmates, they were asking me, Officer Farah, why are you so care about this? I said because I want good Lord Jonathan to win. You know why do I want Jonathan to win? Because I believe that he will continue in the footstep of Yaradua. Now we voted for I supported good luck in 2014 thereabout. I mean, before that,
2011.
I supported him wholeheartedly. But when I see the person that I willingly supported, believing that Nigeria is going to get great, believing that there will, at least if there will be corruption, it will be into the barest minimum. It's gone to the extent that even the corruption go out of the roof. When you see Alice Madueke, children flying private jets here and there, billions of dollars being flying all over, it's just chicken change. Why people are suffering, and my so-called president that I really supported, even confused on international scene when they ask him, where are your soldiers? Do you know the reply he gave to the CNN? He said they are where they're supposed to be. So the man is confused. Then 2014 came, another election is coming on the way. I said, well, this man, the corruption is just too much. We just have to get rid of this man. Let's try this one that we rejected the other time. Then we voted for him. So we have been in this manner for a very long time. This one will better. 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 I can tell you right now. You know, I will go back to my point again.
Sorry, Babakure, let me just quickly interrupt you there. That point that you are saying that we have been going, this one will be better, this one will be better. That's the point I was trying to put across to Ovie, that forget Tinubu, where that decision is being made, the people in the mix, that is where the real problem is. So forget what Tinubu promoted Buhari or not, it's still the same setup. But let's Babakure.
So let me finish my point now.
Yeah.
That is why I still emphasize on this issue of it doesn't really matter who, either 20 years or 50 years, or it doesn't really matter to me. That you cannot trust anybody because it's the same circle over. How do you show? Even if they put 20-year-old boy now that you are talking about, even you, they put you as the president of Nigeria now. How can I believe you that you are going to do better than Buhari? That is the point. The problem we are having is that we have a foundational problem. So it doesn't really matter either you put 10 years old there.
Okay. Hold on, Adale Koko. Let Ovie respond so that I can take, because there's still two other voices that have not spoken. So Ovie respond. I acknowledge the super chat, and then we take other commentators. Yeah.
I think if you've been listening, one thing you can say that I'm always consistent about is I keep saying how president is being emerged. How then they arrive as making a president. I think every day I find a way to connect it. So that is the problem you are having. You focus on who they contest, you want to support them. And you say you are a businessman, you run a business or you have a job, you are a student or anything. Instead of you to look at, okay, this person that is coming, who are the group that is representing? What are his interests? Then what are the policy that is bringing? But in Nigeria, in Nigerian state, our understands will never reach that level. But that is how this elite. Yes, I understand why they say they use Tinubu. They use them because now you give them so much credit. But Tinubu aside, It is not at this point. The masses will never see day one together that we can produce the president that will actually work for our own interest. Because we are not together, they see the users. Anywhere in the world, now interest they bring president in. At the end of the day, we'll reduce them to cabal. It's all about interest. That's why I keep saying, who are the people that brought BUHARI to us? Who are these people that brought good luck to us? Who are the people that brought good luck, even up to, what's his name? Babangida. They are all class of people. Now, them see the end. And that is because we keep blaming what is already going on. We forget that what is happening now is been orchestrated years before. Not be now. That's what I say. Let's forget the man in charge right now. He is going. It's not contest again. If there's anything the man is doing, all this destruction he's doing, is to make sure he create an avenue to bring his own person. We go continue where he stopped, or we go cover his deed up. That's how it works. That's why I keep mentioning all these men. At this point, we don't get power.
But I still think you missed the point. But
I think you said the point. Una they focus on the problem. Focus on how to
I think you've made the point of it. Just hold on. Let me acknowledge Plenty of Water's super chat first. So he's speaking to that space as well. Plenty of Water. It says 20, and this is, I think, probably directed at maybe Baba Akure and the people that are always giving attributions, and especially to that Tinubu narrative. It says 2011 election, Buhari lost having 12 million votes with CPC, CPC. Bola Tinubu's party in the same election had only 2 million votes with ANC. So who brought who is the thing. So he is speaking to that space where we're saying that Tinubu made Buhari president. So he is going with the numbers and saying that who is actually the maker of whom.
This is where our narrative.
He was talking about 2011 though.
Yes, he was talking about 2011. But he was using the weight of data, the data from there, to transpose into the 2015 election to say that Buhari already had the weight, and Tinubu's influence might not be as potent as we're trying to make out. But another thing that
is the truth.
Another thing.
It is not at that level. That's what I keep saying. That's why we are different. You know, they analyze what they say. Go behind the scene. It's not about how many votes people provide for the president. The mechanism, the role he played to even achieve that, to still keep his own 12 million together, is what we are talking about. The whole Southern and the whole Southern West, we're very much against Buhari for his first time, second time, and third quest. We all utterly against now. Would they repeat the same thing when they again? But guess what? At the end of the day, the Kabaya they come together, they polish the man. Where are suit? Where are Ibo cloth? Where are Agbada? Everything. Force us.
No, it doesn't matter. That is image making. That's image making.
Hold on.
That is what we should be looking at, because the system is still. I didn't get it.
I don't think Ovie fully gets it.
Ovie, you are saying that it is that class of people, including Tinubu, that package Buhari to become president.
Yes.
And put us where we are today. But I'm telling you that Jonathan is the cause of the problem. If Jonathan have performed well, if Jonathan have lived up to expectation, if Jonathan have responded well to insecurity, if Jonathan have agreed or worked with American and the Western world when they say, hold on.
Let us leave that space, because
when Jonathan failed,
my generation is asking why Goodluck failed.
When Jonathan failed, what do you expect people to do?
So I've muted everybody because I don't want us to be stuck permanently in this space when we've not given truth to people and ego to speak. No, don't, because then he will answer you back, and then
this is very important.
So you say, can you?
No, his generation, see again, is focusing on Goodluck failure. My generation is asking, why did Goodluck fail safe? What are the mechanisms?
Your generation is always asking, when will your generation start doing? You are asking, when will you start doing?
Generation.
We will come as a team.
NSAS and champagne drinking demonstration.
They're drinking under tent and eating chicken, moi moi, amala. They said that is demonstration.
Demonstrating, protesting in high heels. Protesting in high heels.
Generation.
See the problem? Una parents make una work hard. They no fear for giving una things. Una can't get the money. Una can't spoil her with all these things una they accuse us with.
Una generation be generation.
But just one thing.
Okay.
We will come like a thief one day.
You see, this is it. So hold on. Okay. That's fine. Let's settle it down. We will is in the future. We have or we are is we have is an antecedent and we are is ongoing, but we will is the future tense. So future tense are the OVA generation. Future tense. One day. One day. Okay. So
Monkey go go market, you no go come back.
That day,
monkey go market, you no go come back.
Look at that. By the time that day comes, your generation will be our generation, and then you will be having to contend with your generation. This is how it usually happens. But let's acknowledge Plenty of Water's contribution. Super chat again. It says, since Fashola Tinubu's party has not been able to get 1 million votes in Lagos, let's not escape reality and keep pushing false narrative. Numbers. So I don't know where he's getting that data from, that Tinubu's party is not able to get 1 million votes in Lagos, because Tinubu continues to control Lagos and he even changes the governorship of that space at will.
But the guy is right, though.
And again, Lagos is the richest state in Nigeria.
No, how is it right?
That guy is right.
Okay, the guy is right. You know, the last presidential election, let me tell you this. Look at these fraudulent people. The last presidential election, Tinubu got 600,000 votes for BUHARI, while in their own party, hold on, listen to this, in their own party, registered member, they have over 10 million registered member, but in the general election, they got only 600,000. See the fraudulent that is playing out by politicians.
What is the role of the Bolivar? What is the role of the Bolivar in that election?
Okay. Let's go to truth to people, because if we don't go to truth to people now, we never.
So that guy is right. One man, Price Water is right.
It's half right, and Plenty Water is half right and half not, because Tinubu, of course, will control that, but the governorship with as many votes as he likes. But when it comes to the national elections, people just don't like BUHARI. So no amount of Tinubu can force that. So that just tells you the hatred that they.
No. The same thing. If you look at the governorship, it was the same.
How many votes did they get? Less than a million.
Maybe the governorship. Maybe they get like 700,000 or so, 700,000 plus. They didn't get up. They didn't get up to 1 million. Maybe like 750,000. So it's right. So it's all fraud.
Who did not come to office with more than up to 1 million votes.
He didn't get up to 1 million votes. Yeah.
Yes,
Plenty Water is right.
You didn't come up to 1 million votes now. You didn't follow up the election here.
It's right. It's right.
That Bolivar won 10 million votes. I don't know about that. The Bolivar won 10 million votes.
You don't know how many people that go share that money to in Lagos. They go share the traditional sheep.
The voting turnout was poor anyway. But you are right.
740 million.
Hold on, 700. Goodness, OVA, for goodness sake, man. The voting, the number of this for Sanwo-Olu was 339,000 approximately. So less than 1 million, as you said.
You and Uruga, they analyze something. During the primaries, the APC announced that BUHARI gave 14 million, being the only one that contested that primaries. We no contest them. During general election, now to look for 1.5 million votes now. That's 15 million. The guy don't win.
No, the party register.
That's not quite how it works. That's not how it works.
The party register.
It's too simple. That's not how it works.
Hold on.
No, that's not how it works.
The
because
party
the permutation of percentages from all the regions. So you can't just get 50
now 1
million
plus
from
1
Borno
2.
State and declare
Politics we are
yourself.
playing in Nigeria.
Okay.
No be outside
You
politics
see,
now we they play am.
All right.
see
Let's
the party
hold on,
register.
because we need to get to
The party register is full of fictitious names. They are not actually,
of course, we
are
know
not
that.
actually organic people. So it's just a fictitious name they fill up there and, you know, say, oh, our party, we have large membership. It's all lie on both sides, not only APC.
Okay, let's get to truth to people, because we've been trying to get to him. I don't even know if he's still with us. Truth to people, are you still with us?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been trying to get to you, as you saw, but then when Ovie and Ajanle Kuku, when they get into one, they never yield to each other. But to the space, Fashola telling us that they will continue to borrow for as long as they are there, and so just gets used to heavy debt. And all northern race and all northern candidature for the APC chairmanship, Ovie was explaining that these permutates towards a southern presidency. And Deontay Wilder, now Ovie's clansman, and the southern Cadunas, they are now looking to self-help to protect themselves. So to the space.
Good evening once again, everybody. I think I'm just going to speak to a few things. The first one being the issue of Fashola and the projects they've been saying they're doing, and then that justifies why they should borrow. So the first thing is this. I do understand that all economies at some point will have to borrow, but in Nigeria's case, it's really has been disappointing, very disappointing. So first, I would categorize all of the projects in the Nigerian space for the now into white elephant projects, because we cannot see how it has transited into economic growth, and then before we start talking about economic development and looking at things like people's standard of living and all that. So for me personally, I believe it's just party shenanigans. So Fashola coming out to saying that there is justification for the now to borrow. If we look at all economies around the world, people borrow to do things. They borrow to cover up the gap in budget deficits and the like. But Nigeria just borrow sporadically. They borrow without vision. They borrow without knowing exactly what they want to do with their borrowing. They don't borrow with investments in mind. And if you don't borrow with investments in mind, it cannot return back outputs for the Nigerian government and then become what we can see in terms of economic development. So personally, I think they're just borrowing to continue to make corruption fester. That's my opinion. Because I cannot see for the last few years they've been borrowing. I know they have a few projects here and there, the rail projects and the like. They are all welcome developments, but I think if we look at the gains so far in comparison with the borrowings, I would say that there's so much shortfall in that regard. So it's more corruption, I would put it. So speaking to that space, and speaking to the killings and the things happening in southern Kaduna, and how that people have been asked to defend themselves and all that. I think the insecurity situation in Nigeria generally, not least the one in southern Kaduna presently, and the very many ones that we've witnessed all around the north, places in Zamfara and the like. I would say that the things that we continue to see these days makes the case for the fact that there has to be a state policing, local policing, because having to get directives from Abuja before things will be done in
Sorry. I think I agree with you, and I think a lot of people agree with you. But why do you think there's been a resistance towards that, which is an obvious, easy fix, at least an obvious direction towards solution, maybe not a complete fix, Yeah, but that state policing, it seems that is obviously where the need is. So why do you think there's a strong pushback against that, especially from the central government?
Yeah, so I'll speak to that. I think, for one thing, the central government of Nigeria is the problem of Nigeria, because they really love they love the fact that there's so much power coming from the center. They are too blinded to see the merits in arguments and policies that are pushed from the local government or the state government to the top. They want to wield all of the powers. They want to wield all of the control, and I just believe that that's just stark blindness. We can't call it any other thing. So the moment there is less power in the center, the moment Nigeria comes to the understanding that for us to work in this country, for us to actually ensure that things work, there has to be less power at the center. That is the biggest problem Nigeria is.
This is just a left field sort of question, but do you think Nigeria is actually suited to democratic rule? And by extension, Africa, do you think we're suited to democratic rule?
Yeah. I don't think we are very. I don't think, in terms of enlightenment, the general populace of the African states, I don't think we are there yet. There's still so much. I think there's still so much sensitizing that needs to be done. More people need to be more politically aware. People need to know that the be all and end all of having somebody at the end of affair is so that you can really have food on your table, you can have your roads working, you can have transportation fine, you can have all the main. So the moment we come to that point, the better for us. The sooner we can get there as a people, as a race.
You know why I asked that question, and I'm intrigued by your answer, is because what we are seeing is that people are just taking the brutish nature that we have as a people and just transposing that into this new system that they are copying from the West. So they say they are practicing democracy, but it's not really a democracy. It is still that same brutish manner that we have, but now under this banner of this very expensive process that we don't seem to understand, because we don't have a democracy in Nigeria or in really most African countries, with the exception of maybe just one or two. I think Ghana, they changed their presidencies from party to party depending on the will of the people. It's not still a full democracy, but they are getting it better than most. But if you look at the vast swathe, when you have somebody ruling a country for 60 years and they're telling you they are running democracy, so I'm not sure that the African space, where Nigeria being the perfect example, is suited to democracy. But then, of course, we've tried other systems and that failed us too. Sorry, I just wanted your opinion on that. So, but carry on. I think we lost it. Oh, and it was shaping up to be an interesting contributor as well. So let's go to Prof. Data O. We see you. We don't see you now. You're always in funky locations. We don't hear from your daughter anymore, but
she's around. You know, she's around, and
there you go. I spoke too soon.
On something when she's eating now, and I think she's going to leave me alone.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I spoke too soon, Abi.
Yeah. So although I didn't get the topic, but it seems I heard the question you were asking someone before the guy cut off about democracy.
Yeah. I was asking. It's just off the back of what he was saying, and I just thought of that. Yeah, go on.
To me, Africa hasn't got there, and I support what he's saying. We need some type of what I call it education on it, because I feel the problem there is you see, even though this is something that is not practiced actually by Africans before the white people came here, but I still believe you can learn something and still do it. It depends on knowing what you're accepting to do, because if you don't know what you're accepting to do, then there will be problem in it. And you mentioned about
or maybe even a hybrid system. So not just copying like for like the American system, because we are not Americans and we did not perfect the system. They perfected their system, but just getting that general principle of people having a say in who governs them, and then having a hybrid that is suited to our own climate and culture. So all the system, we have all this House of Assembly that does nothing, Senate that does nothing, president that rules like an emperor, and the people impoverished, and this is what they call democracy. No check and balances anywhere within any structure. So it's not really, I don't really see how this works for, and this is what repeats right across Africa.
Because
some demigods, some demagogueries.
Because they pretend everything about on it's not ours. Everything. So we are confused people.
No. What I'm saying of here is that I agree with the principle of people having a say in who governs them, but maybe not a carbon copy of an American system, which works for an American mindset, but it's not suited for the we
are saying the same thing. First of all, we have to change a lot of. We have to go back to who we are culturally. Our religion, our way of life, everything have to change. They will not practice the democracy within our way of life.
No. We don't have to change that. What we have to do is to take the principle of democracy and apply it to our way of life. So amendments in how we do things to fit into a system, but not a full copy.
One of the big pusher proponent of democracy in the world is America.
Right.
For God's sake, listen. When was the last time you see anything good for humanity? America, the first one on people. None. For them to force democracy anywhere, they understand as it goes of years.
What about the internet that we're using to connect now?
It will take us. You're just making some kind of. We might be would evolve. Forget technology. Maybe if we stick to our way of life, we have our own way of technology that it may be better than what we have today.
And so by the way, democracy is not American. Democracy is Greek.
Our own life.
Democracy came out of Greece, not America.
That's what I'm saying. For them to be but for them to be beating number one percent of pushing into every nooks and corner, not because they know before us go understand it will take us hundreds of years. Let's live our own way of life. Just like if you can't small Peking, make you speak Yoruba. The way the can't way could take put it makes sense, but if you're not forced to speak grammar, that's a different ball game. So there's a lot of things we need to sit down and look into within ourselves. We force ourselves won't live like Oyibo, won't live like Arab, and forget who we are. That's our problem. So the democracy we have to tailor it to our way of life.
The thing is, okay. Well, I broadly agree with what you're saying. So I'm not going to task you on that. I want to, but for reasons of time, let's go to Prof and let Prof continue. Truth to people, we'll come back to you, but Prof was speaking. So back to you, Prof.
Now, there's a topic I saw on the, as concerning your program about Fashola mentioning we continue running into debt. I don't know.
He says they will continue to borrow. Yes, that was just me being elegant with
You see, that is an aspect I wish the people in that cabinet, will I call it the presidency or whatever, will come to understand. Well, the truth of the matter is just a pity that they failed to realize that this is something we should tackle. You see, Obasanjo's regime, I give him credit. He came in and our debt, at least he was able to handle it. But to me,
don't give Obasanjo credit, or Ovie will not like it. You see,
those debt for what?
According to Ovie, Obasanjo is responsible for World War II.
Let's be focused. Let's be focused on the debt. Oyiboma know they do anything for free. At what expense they give us those debts? That's the question we should be asking. As I said,
which kind of question is that?
Don't worry, it's just Ovie is just a funny guy.
You are going behind to say why. Yes. He has done good for that country. Give him credit. Don't go behind the question.
Because what expense?
Hold on. You know that Professor Datao will not. You know that Professor. Hold on, Ovie. You know that Professor Datao will not talk over people, but he has the floor.
I'm sorry, Dr. Datao. Let's see. Let's the solution now. So
you think you're sorry, but you're not letting them continue.
With the question Fashola about the money they are borrowing, you understand? We should also question these people who forgive us debt. Why? Just say, you both don't do anything for free.
Somebody give you money, you go say you know go take them.
I go take them. I don't know why. Why are you giving me money?
Hold on, Ovie, they did not give you money for free. They gave you a loan. You have taken a loan. You know how a loan works. Do you not know how
we are talking about passenger borrowing now? Say that they're forgiving of debt. I mean, forgiving of debt. Why they forgive us? Why? I want to know.
No.
Okay, let me hint you.
Have you heard? Do you know what a bad loan is?
Do
Do you know what a bad loan is? Do you know what a bad loan is? Do you know what happens to a bad loan?
So now bad loan. So why we call the praise of?
Okay, let's not go there.
Will be forgiven. We are praising somebody for what he did. We should.
It wasn't forgiven. It was no. It wasn't forgiven. It was negotiated down and paid off. It was negotiated down and paid off.
Yeah, negotiated down and paid off.
We just said it now.
Dr. Go, Professor
and Obasanjo mobilized other African nations as well. You know, he mobilized other leadership to come up as a team so that they can confront the West. That look, Obasanjo was arguing with them that look,
we should be asking why.
Obasanjo asked them a question. Obasanjo asked them one technical question. He said, "Okay, you West are raising funds for Iraq for democracy. You said you want to help them with democracy. You are raising funds for them. This country is a new country. They don't know anything about democracy. You don't know how they are going to develop on democracy. But our own democracy is in place. Again, how are you going to help us? You are helping an environment you are not sure about. You are raising funds for them, billions of dollars. But this is democracy in Africa. How do you go to and immobilize other African nations, South African, all the rest of them? They put this strong question to the West, to the Paris Club, and they saw reason, and they said, okay, we will do something. And they agree with
okay. Oh, sorry, to cut you there, but let's just go to Professor Data. And let him just Professor Prof, you were speaking to that space.
Why I mentioned this thing is simple because I know why I brought Obasanjo to the matter is simple. Comparing him to what we have, this man on seat is not having any. I haven't heard of any form of any agenda to see that matter of debt is tackled. They go on borrowing, no agenda to see how it's tackled. That's why I mentioned Obasanjo. Okay, he came in, tackled the debt, but this man, he's just going borrowing and borrowing, and I see it as very bad of his regime. Nothing in place to see how it's tackled, and that is something that I'm personally unhappy of. I'm not happy about that. He's just impoverishing the future generation, and I believe a leader is meant to do something so that the future will be brighter for whomever is handling. But this man is not doing something like that. So I just decided to comment on that very aspect of it. You understand?
All right. Thank you, Prof. Yeah. I'll still take samplings from you for other narratives that we're we're having. But let me shuffle you to bring Truth because he had the floor, and then his system went off. So Truth to people. Yeah. So you had the floor, and you were speaking to I think the Fashola space about just this heavy borrowing without anything to show for it. But then, of course, we were also talking about the APC space where the runners and riders for the APC chairmanship, they are now coming in show, and it's a all northern list of our names that are jostling for that position, APC chairman. So the speculation, especially from Ovie, which I think most of us agree with, is that if they are running an all-northern field for the APC chairman, then that signals then that they are looking to zone the presidency to the south. So we're speaking to that as well. And still within that northern space, we're speaking to southern Kaduna, where they are now speaking the language of self-help, having them come to the conclusion that their home state and the Nigerian state has failed them in terms of security. So truth to people, that is where we are. Good to have you back. Truth to people. So are you there? So truth to people. Okay, I think maybe there might well be a glitch in your system. So let me bring rational mind in. Rational mind. Oh, sorry. So let me bring rational mind in. So rational. Okay, let me bring truth to people back up as well. Rational mind. So you heard the recap. So speak to the space as truth to people trying to sort out the system. So good to have you, rational mind.
Well, thanks a lot for having me. I appreciate it. Anyway, I have been listening to you guys' conversation. I think it was a real big mistake for Nigerians to have voted Buhari in 2015. Well, but there is nothing we can do at this point. The guy has less than 2 years more to go. There's no point crying over spilled milk. The harm has been done. But what we just have to do from this point on is, because I see, let me just finish that point. Let me just finish that thought first. What we need to do from this point on is to start strategizing for 2023. That is, if at all 2023 will ever take place. I don't see, with the way things are going currently right now, I doubt if 2023 election will take place. But if it does, and when it does, I think we need to have plan A and plan B in this sense.
Okay, so that's what Ovie was speaking to. So what is your plan B?
Plan A, I mean, let me speak to that of 2023 first. Plan A would be that if 2023 I mean, if it actually is going to take place, which I think even from now till then is too short a time for people. I think it's just the disunity that is between that is found among the people, both the diasporans and people in Nigeria on ground in Nigeria. That disunity is just the reason why we could not form a group that could really wrestle these things from this side, from the hands of the people.
Rational mind or obvious narrative is forget 2023. If you're not looking to how the runners and riders are being picked, then what you're likely to get is just a Buhari type person again, when we will then gather again to make the attribution to somebody that has picked him whilst we were sitting docile. So to that space and to that narrative, what do you see playing out in 2023? And what changes would you like to see, or do you think it will be status quo maintained?
I think we discussed that yesterday here. We all were speculating, making permutations as to what could possibly happen in 2023. I think it's the same thing you're asking me again. I sort of
yes. Okay, yeah, I think we've already addressed that.
So, yeah, we talked about it yesterday.
Carry on. Yeah.
Carry on. So what I'm trying to say is what we should be doing now against 2023, which is the plan A, is that if we were to rescue these things from these guys, we know we can't use violence at this point, because if violence is to be employed, there's going to be lots of life will be lost in the process. People will die, and we don't want to go that route. And so maybe the possibility will be that people should unite and form a front against the so-called elites and vote them all out. But then how would you vote people out when you don't even have people who want to present themselves as candidates, as a consensus, come together in agreement? I see if something like what Stacey Abraham did here in Nigeria, Nigeria did here in the United States, if one can also find people like that. I mean, I was just looking like that aspect, that if they can get people registered, because I understand this, INEC said they will be doing this, their registration for voting. If they could form like a group that will go and bring people out and get them to vote, I mean, get them to register their names, have them get a voter's card, and they form this huge, massive group, and don't tell them who to vote for, but just get them prepared for that 2023. And then from there, start an education, and maybe possibly, if they can all come to form a political party in each if they can't get it done in core north, maybe they can get some part of middle belt to join that bandwagon, and the whole of South, which I know the whole of South it might work in the whole of South, and get people in one political party. And
this sounds long-winded and heavy-going.
It is. It's not. That's the only option, I think, because you cannot. These guys, you cannot defeat them.
You don't take power in 4 years. 8 years for you to take power. You can't take power in 4 years.
In 4 years, what do you mean? How do you mean?
As in, like,
yes. Okay, well, so what I assigned 4 years. So what?
So would I not get 4 years? So would if you would end the campaign, everything just stop. No orientation, no nothing. It just begins say revolution.
Buhari took power in 2 years. Buhari took power in 2 years.
Who tell you that? Why did they contest 3 times?
No. Buhari was APC in 2013.
Buhari was able to take power in 3 years because he had the support of those people who can be considered as the big wig there. People that can control the media, who have the money, they have the money bags and everything to spend.
It takes time.
But we don't have that. I mean, the masses don't have that. What they have is the unity among them. If they can have that unity among them and start putting people to run for offices, like, okay, run for this and run for that, against these guys, and then encourage people to vote against those people, voting these guys, these new guys, just flush out all these people here. The current people that are in the Senate, none of them should be returned back. Maybe there should be a kind of like how do I put it, like an advert in Nigeria being run that none of these guys should be voted in any way, maybe through internet, through the media, or whatever.
There's too much poverty.
Inform those people. But the thing is, we can't get that unity. We can't get that unity.
Nigerian people are not politically enlightened. That's the problem. And Showore is trying to enlighten you people. Still, you don't want to accept things. Where do you want to go? So where is trying to enlighten you people, you will condemn him. Where do you want to go? And no one of you want to offer himself to do the job, to lead, go and enlighten the people. You don't want to do it.
We don't know if he's a politician or he's an activist. We don't know where he is.
No, it's a show businessman. He's a Hollywood guy.
I mean, where would you follow? We don't know where they go with that.
It's one of those WhatsApp. What's up, people? It's what's up. What to be doing? What's up politics? What's up?
I said, we ask questions. We ask my generation as okay. We ask questions.
The problem with Showore is that he's so fixated on one thing. You see, like I keep saying here on your platform, he would need to compromise. But by compromising, I don't mean he should compromise his integrity. But he will need to form an alliance with people that might be considered as a little bit criminal-minded. You get what I'm trying to say?
This is what Buhari considers people like Tinubu beneath him and smelly, but he had to hold his nose and go and.
I'm not saying he should form alliance with people like Tinubu and those people.
No, I'm just agreeing with you that
Nigeria belongs to everybody, both the criminals and the good people.
Exactly. So Buhari,
what I'm saying is
that part. Yeah.
What I'm saying is this. People like, recently he had a quarrel with his Charlie Boy. Let's just even assume that Charlie Boy was compromised in the sense that he got some money from Buhari government by making the music or whatever for them. But Charlie Boy has a bit of integrity. If we were to look at it, he had. But we know maybe if he compromised at some point. But such a person, he should not brush him aside totally. That is what he's currently doing. I'm not saying Charlie Boy has some kind of following or whatever, but he needs people like that. Doesn't need to because somebody else compromised in a way, and then totally you write them off. No, that's the kind of person what I'm trying to say.
No, Showore did not write up about Charlie Boy. They are still in good time. He didn't write him off.
Are you sure? But
Charlie Boy doesn't have political cachet. His only cachet was being an activist. And is entirely compromised now. So
what I'm saying is there are some people who are not totally as corrupt as those people that are there in the government right now.
They are not
kind of people that he needs to bring to his side. You get it?
The alliances should be forming with people like
are selfless. They are selfless people. We don't see them.
No, the people should be forming his alliances with people like Nnamdi Kanu, who carries weight. People, people from the left of the center, those kind of voices. Senator Shehu Sani, who carries weight. So people that speak still the language of the people.
Yeah.
So those are the associations, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. But
one man, they're not responding.
Let me finish my thought, please. Will you people allow me to finish my thought? Because I was talking because I had to listen to
carry on, yeah.
I beg you, please. So what I'm saying is that, the alliance here, I'm not saying you should form alliance with totally corrupt people everybody knows that people they're very, very corrupt. And if he gets there or they put him there, they're going to control him. So what I'm trying to say is that you guys have just named some of the people like Shehu Sani and the rest of them, whom by some standard we can say, okay, they were part of this whole madness that was going on in Nigeria, but at some point they realized that they done mistakes. So you need to form alliance with kind of people like that. But if he wants to go it alone by himself, by what he thinks that revolution or whatever, I'm not saying revolution might not happen, but you've tried it, it's not working. So why don't you think about?
No, it's just a disco dancing poser. It's just
the thing is that's why.
Hold on, you people are saying that revolution is not working.
No,
the government knows.
No,
the government of
disco
Nigeria.
Dancing politics.
Hey, the government of Nigeria know that revolution message is resonating with people. That's why they restricted him.
Yeah, but not from Showore's voice though. He's just a disco dancer.
No, wait. Why did the government restricted him?
Because it's just a nuisance and an irritant. It was an irritant.
Because they know that message is carrying that message to every state. Now you are saying, irrational. You're saying that it's supposed to meet.
No, it's not irrational. You see, that's a Freudian slip right there.
No, what's the name? Sorry. What's the name?
It's okay.
What's the name? I'm sorry.
I think this is the second time I had to use that word.
Oh, rational. Okay, I'm sorry.
Not irrational.
It's okay.
He's suggesting that he should be meeting with Shehu Sani and all the rest. But
no, I suggested that. But
okay. One man. Yeah. That's a very good idea. But how can he do that now? It's been restricted.
No, he could have done that before. It's one-manism, isn't it? It's politics. Me. It's a poser. Just accept that. It's a poser.
No, you keep on saying that guy is a poser. But the government knows.
Mr. Gelekoko, let me ask a question. I want to ask Mr. Gelekoko one question because I see him to be pro-Showore. Now, let us now look at it this way. Considering that Showore has been restricted to Abuja, and now we have 2023 fast approaching. Now, do you think, even though if he gets, which I know he might get, if at all, if his party gets to be under his control again, do you think he can even win anything in this coming election?
Not even his word in Ijola.
Don't you think that right now is the time for him to start?
Yeah.
I'll allow you. It's a question I'm asking you, Mr. Adela. Just hold on.
Just call him Ajale Koko. What is the way that is introducing this Mr. narrative? Anybody that wants to be called Mr. or Miss, please put that in front of your name. And if you don't, then we just refer to you as what we see on our screen. So Ajale Koko, the question to you.
So
answer Rational's question. Yeah.
Okay, go on, please. Go on.
Yes, they might not win election because Nigerian people are corrupt, mentally corrupt. They are. I mean, it's sad that Nigerian people will not follow somebody. They will not vote for somebody that they know quite well that this guy really mean well for us. But they rather.
No, you can't tell them what they think. They see him as an aluta. That's all he is. He's just a poser.
Wait. Are you telling me?
I told you once, my generation, they ask questions. We don't ask questions about food, so we know you.
Are you telling me? Are you telling me? Are they not the same people voting for PDP and APC? Even though it is clear that these people have mortgaged their future. Are they not the same people voting for them?
You don't seem to. You don't seem to be answering the question. You see, let's be
objective. I have answered your question. I said,
if it goes. Maybe
I said they might not vote for him because Showore will not give them no dime to vote for him. And because they are corrupt people, your people are corrupt,
okay.
They are looking for person to give them money before they go and vote. So that is the problem.
Do you think it's because Nigerians are corrupt, or the people that are there that will let him get there are corrupt? Or do you think because of his current situation? Because you see, for me, what I see is this. Adebini was not restricted to Abuja. this coming 2023 would have been a good shot for him to be a president. Do you know why I say that?
Well, he can still declare. There's nothing.
Well, I'm just saying, if he does declare, it will be a good shot for him. But the only reason why he's not good is he won't make it is because he has been restricted. I don't know how long this case is going to take for him to be able to get that restriction.
After Buhari come up for power, after Buhari come out.
So if he declares, they will have to let him leave Abuja because that will be.
Don't worry. I don't know how that's going to happen.
You know these Fulani people. You know these Fulani people.
Forget Fulani people.
What I'm saying, they know what. Just like what Rational Mind said.
They will release him to show a sense of. Hold on. They will release him to show a sense of fair play. They know that Shuwore would not impact on election in any way because he has never impacted on anything, and they know that the younger generation have pretty much had enough of him. He's a noise maker. Does he not have the platform from Abuja? Does he not have the platform?
If you leave and come up for Nigeria, it could be like Kanu.
No, they won't leave Nigeria, but he can leave Abuja.
Look,
that's what I'm saying. They will not let him.
This guy, the government understood why they restricted. They knew that he is spreading a message that
he's not spreading anything. Don't elevate this guy beyond his capacity. You are elevating. You are deifying somebody that is
why
a disco dancer. He's a disco dancer. That is all.
Why did they restrict him?
Because it's just a nuisance. You know, it's just a nuisance value.
Anybody will get platform like that, fear him. You have to fear him.
When he's going to demonstrate and deface public buildings and just a nuisance.
Is it the one that
all his demonstration, by the way, he never gathers more than 100 people. If that's 30, 40 people,
it doesn't look. It is not when you have thousands of people in demonstration that really spread the message. But your consistency, how consistent you are, is what is going to spread the message, and that guy is very consistent.
Let's have a Rational Mind just land his points because I think we have taken the floor of him. So just carry on it, yeah.
Okay, do you want to acknowledge this guy's something? Just Plenty Water.
Oh yes, Plenty Water. He's come up with this super chat. You see, you have now gone from Mr. to Sir. The next person will now call you Lord, you know.
Yeah.
So Sir Ajan Lekoko, who was the first chairman of AAC, and what position is Shuwore currently fighting for to be reinstated to in the AAC? So it's essentially speaking to that Leonard, whatever is in, well, something that is trying to seize the party from Shuwore, which that Leonard, by the way, of course, a tool of the Buhari administration. So that is the space I think Plenty Water is speaking to, and that's quite clear. Yeah.
So you see, these are all the mix that comes to play in this all matter with Shuwore. So what I'm trying to say is this: I mean, considering the situation Shuwore finds himself right now, knowing that he doesn't have any good shot at the 2023 election right now. I'm not trying to say he will not, but looking at the way things are playing out against him right now, that's how everybody will look at it. I would suggest for him to start forming an alliance. If he doesn't have a ticket, let him support somebody. Mongalu is there. I think Mongalu still has some kind of a bit of because even though he considers Mongalu as part of the elites that brought Nigeria to where it is today, but at least Mongalu still has a little bit of credibility compared to the rest of them. So if he can form alliance with people like Mongalu and other people, I mean, bring Duro Toye and all of them, let them come together. And like this other guy.
Forget Duro Toye. Duro Toye has no political.
I'm not saying it. Listen, the thing is this: we're not talking about people that have political standing or not. Everybody would have to work together. We might be saying, even though he has 100 people, these other people can tell other 100 people or 1,000 people. So what we're saying is it's all about connection here. So if they come together, let them just front somebody up, support one person. I think with that they'll be able to do this. It doesn't have to be the presidential. Shuwore doesn't have to be the presidential candidate, but with this whole kind of media and everything that he has and all this connection he has, we'll be able to push somebody outside there. I mean, and then support him or her to be able to do this. So, but then if they go about this, so this same tactics, this is their division and everything, disunity among them. I tell you, this same elites, their so-called elites, they will bring in another person for us. That will come and bring.
You say because we've been going at it for I think a good 20 minutes now, and what is emerging is as clear as mud. So this just tells you that the narrative of that space that people are trying to idealize, like Ovie, etc., that all this magical Narnia land, it doesn't really exist because the voices there don't cohere. The voices that do cohere within the Nigerian space are the stalwarts and the satiated and seated and marinated politicians that control that space. So there's no voice coming out yet to say anything. If we are now reduced to talking about people like Showore, then we have not even begun the journey.
You remember they were saying they were going to form.
Understand that the masses don't have power yet. We're too poor to.
The masses itself is a power. The masses itself is a power.
But we are not together. That's what Rational Man is saying. That's what Rational Man is saying. We are not together.
That is the thing. And there's nothing to show that we are headed towards being together.
The elite they orchestrate our divide and the poverty where they keep us so grounded. Now the elite they do them. So it's a war. We need to realize that this war is between us and them. He has nothing.
Don't blame the elite. Don't blame the elite for everything. It's people like you, your generation, your own generation.
When we have this division, you see, when we have this division,
what power do I have in Nigeria in any way, economy, religion, or whatever? What power do I have? I am telling you.
What I'm saying, your generation. Your generation are not the one working hard to take their country, from this so-called elite. But rather, you guys just want to talk. Your generation should go out and spread the message.
They always talk. Do you know that the singular of NSAS?
And since then you disappear.
Do you know that it's a factor? It's a factor for the coming election. That's singular.
Of course.
Do you know that?
Of course.
And since then you disappear. Only one demonstration.
Hold on.
My plan B. I'm still to talk about
hold on. Rational as well. Hold on. Can I ask Ovie and Ajanle Koko to mute themselves until this guy has a good go at Rational Mind? Has a good go at expressing himself. And we want to hear our truth to people too, who was making a lot of sense before his system dipped out. So Rational Mind, to your point.
So I mean, talked about the first option, which is the first option we might have in this, because you see, we're talking about constitutional change and everything. This might not happen with this crop of leaders we have. So the only thing is, let us wrestle this thing out of their hand. And like I've been saying, there's a need for everybody to come together, bring everybody to the table, regardless of who you are, whatever the political divide you used to be, as long as you're ready to work. Look at what the other time when there's this party, I mean, they were trying to form another third force some time ago. I think they listed Lisa Agbakuba and this prominent lawyer.
No, it was Obasanjo that was leading that. It was Obasanjo that was leading that. It was Obasanjo that was trying to bring that narrative.
But then Showore was quick to come out and, I mean, kind of like distance himself from them, like as if maybe they even made him like as if his name was even part of it in the first time. That was why
yes, he has an aloofness that doesn't resonate with its relevance within the space. So, to me, he thinks it's bigger than he is. Showore it is. He thinks it's bigger than he is, and he thinks it's more relevant.
I don't understand. So that's what I'm saying.
It's on I keep saying. Ego trip. It's on an ego trip.
So, like I said,
that's one man. That mischaracterization of
but this is what
this is not one man, Joel.
But I'm sorry.
Allow me finish.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is, you see, sometimes you read people's body language, you can tell. I understand how Mr. Ajala feel about Showore. I'm a pro Showore. Even up to now, I still believe in Showore. But just the only problem I have with him is the way Amana is going about this whole thing. You know, when you do what
tell me how you want him to go about it.
You see,
I
can't tell him. Listen. I can't tell him.
Rather than tell him, hold on, Rational Mind. Rather than tell him, tell us what is happening in the APC, just so we progress things. Because now they've come up with an all-northern field for the chairmanship of the party, and Ovie is suggesting that lends itself to a narrative of a southern ticket. So what do you make of that space? And then to the space of Fashola speaking on borrowing money.
Yeah,
so
like I said, space. The borrowing money was the reason why I said we need to keep. We say there's no point arguing things with these guys anymore. They have the power right now. They have more than, at least they have about 2 years more to go. We are sure to get more and more into debt as these people continue in that government. They continue to hold the power. The only thing we just have to start talking about now is how do we rescue these things from these guys. And now talking about the APC party, you see, was it yesterday somebody was telling us, was it Deseno, was telling us about what BUHARI said when he said something about he will not hand over.
Yes, I read that subsequently. Yes, it did say
so,
that.
But then that statement is ambiguous. We can read a lot of meaning to it. But for what I understood from that statement is that if what I see there is that what this man was saying is that if they rig anybody in from APC, which is his own party, that's another way I read beneath to beside what I said yesterday. Another thing I was thinking about is if they ring another person in, which is an APC man, or maybe even from another party that did not really win and they declared him a winner, he will give the power to the person that he see to be the real president. So which means here he won't go by whatever INEC says here. Whatever he thinks, or whoever he thinks that is the winner of that election is who's going to give that party, that presidency to. That's what I understand. Okay. Where I see a problem there, if that's what it is. If that's what it
No, that I'm not quite sure. I don't know how you got to that space, but that is as far removed.
No, it did not say. Okay, go on.
No.
What was it described actually? Do you remember what he said actually? What did he say actually?
No. He said he would not give power to somebody that has not even shown that they can win an election. So this is what he said, that they've not shown that they can, and he was speaking it to his own party space, not to the national space. So what he was saying essentially is that he's trying to narrow the field of the candidates that are going to be presented as of the people that are going to be presented as candidates for his own party. So he wasn't speaking to the Nigerian space, he was speaking to his party space. Wow. So just to prune down the selection process.
We can say speaking to his party, but from that statement that I read, there are many ways people can read that statement. But however anybody reads it, I'm just putting out there.
It's not BUHARI's decision to hand over power to anybody. Whoever INEC declares the winner, when his tenure comes to an end, it comes to an end.
Let's wait and see then. We shall wait and see then.
He can't take the country by force or refuse to leave.
Okay, we shall see then. Let us wait and see 2023. So now talking about the APC that you asked me about, you see, I don't even know what to say about the APC. They have after this man left there, what's his name? Shomole. First man, it was this other man, Oyegun. When he left there, then Shomole came, and then they gave it to this man a sitting governor is the acting chairman. Even they call him caretaker, whatever they call him. So now they want to pass it again to a northerner. Not even considering maybe somebody from the middle belt, not considering somebody from east or from south.
Yes,
so
but
that's to tell you that they want to have an absolutely control on that party. And I see this to be a problem with Tinubu and his own faction. Which I think that will make them to scheme Tinubu out. This is just my own speculation. Don't get me. I'm not saying this is exactly. This is my own speculation. And if Tinubu does not decide, does not have his own say as to, even though they have to choose another northerner to become the chairman of that party, then if Tinubu does not have a say in who that northerner is going to be, and through that they scheme him out, like I said yesterday.
Do you not think he has already been schemed out? Because Oshiomhole, of course, was his man. Mia Malabuni is as far from him as is possible. And Mia Malabuni and BUHARI are going to decide how that party is going to go forward. Of course, So essentially, he has already been schemed out.
So that's how things are going to play out. That's how I see it. Things are going to play out that way. I see. That is why I think this is meeting that they had with, I don't know, like they said, maybe it was just a coincidence that they met at the airport with Atiku. Like I was speculating here yesterday. I see that as being a possibility. But that they're going to form a new party, that is what I don't know. I don't think they can do that because it's time.
Well, they can, but we'll see. Because we are just saying that they formed APC in 2013 and took the presidency in 2015, because these are political juggernauts. So they are not going to then, or they already have structures and everything is just collapsing it into one space. But leaving that to one side and going to a more lighthearted narrative, Deontay Wilder is now claiming that he's a tribesman of Ovie. They come from the same village, apparently, Edo State. This is what Deontay Wilder is claiming. Rational mind, you are in America, you're about to lose one of your prized citizens to Edo State.
I think Ovie is Ovie not a Delta man from Robo? Are you not Robo?
Yeah, it's part of that, the Ipokitipo Soto.
You Edo? Are you Edo?
Is it that one and the same?
It's Soko. Okay, sorry. Edo is Soko area. That's Robo. Yeah. Okay, all right.
Yeah, but I'm from the northern part of.
Oh, okay.
It's funny though. All these Black Americans, African Americans have whatever the appropriate term is, trying to retrace their steps now via this DNA thing. So you see that happening a lot now. So Deontay Wilder now.
Yeah, I heard about that yesterday. Yeah, the boxer that
yes,
I said he was from. In fact, they said he called himself, was it a bronze? What is it? Bronze killer?
The bronze bomber. Bronze bomber.
So,
he used to be the WBC heavyweight champion.
So they said maybe he knew about his root, because the Benins are known for their bronze. So that could be something. Okay. Maybe he already knew his roots right from time that he's from Edo State or something like that.
There you go. The blood is in the DNA.
Yeah,
so thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Rational Mind. So we go back to Truth to People, but before we go there, let's acknowledge Plenty Waters super chat. Again, he's guiding it at Ajanle Koko. So it looks as though Plenty Water is out for you today, Ajanle Koko. So Sir Ajanle Koko, he continues. What was so hard and reason why Sowore refused to release the AAC bank statement to APC chieftains that they had to remove as chairman? So I'm not quite sure what that means, but I think maybe a few days ago, Plenty Water referenced this AAC bank statement as well. So it looks as though there might not be some narrative of some financial anomalies going on within that AAC structure. I'm not following it fully, but it looks as though there might well be going on there, because I think a few days ago as well, Plenty of Water again via Super Chat said that Sowore was the chairman of the party, the treasurer and the secretary, essentially a one-man party. So that is where he is leaning his argument towards.
May I say something on that, please?
Yeah, quickly. So because I'm keen to hear Truth to People, because we keep missing him. But go ahead.
Yeah. So I think this same person, this Plenty Water, I think he has been stressing that point anytime we discuss about Sowore here. Well, from what I know about the AAC is that when they formed that party, I think initially Sowore was the chairman when they formed the party. So I think when he became the presidential ticket, when he had the presidential ticket, he became the presidential candidate for the party. I think they moved the chairmanship moved to there was this guy that was the campaign manager. No. Leonard was the secretary.
Okay.
Leonard was the secretary. I think they moved it to one guy. I mean, the other guy, Dr. Fabi or something like that.
Fabi. No, Fabi was not even the chairman. He was the director of campaign. Of campaign. He was
board of trustee. He was part of
he was one of the board. Yes, he was one of the board. But yes, and he's the director of campaign for Sowore. So this Plenty of Water guy, I think he might be a Tinubu dog. Because every time we are talking about this guy might be
he's been hammering that thing.
Yes, every time we are talking, we come out and be attacking.
Because he knows that Sowore is a poser. And people know that Sowore is a poser.
No.
You have to accept that.
Sowore has his own shortcoming.
Forget the message.
That guy is
Sowore hater. It's a hater.
It's an alliance. Alliance People's for Corruption. He's a member of Alliance People for Corruption, APC. Alliance People for Corruption.
Like Ovie said,
Alliance People for Corruption.
Play the ball, not the man. Play the ball,
not the man. The message is coming up. The message is spreading is false. It's false.
No.
There's no truth in it.
Are they not interrogating their finances? They are. Is it not in contention about the chairmanship? Is it not? Yeah.
Let me flip my thought on that. So during the election, he became the presidential candidate. I think the chairmanship went to somebody. I think either Fabi was one of the. I mean, because I remember they said he was the vice chairman, something like that. But let's just leave that part. I know Leonard was the secretary. But then while Fashola was campaigning, the whole money that they were getting from the diaspora and everything, this was Showere's campaign money. It's not for the party.
Remember that time he will sit on a couch and be reading out figures.
You said the money is
no, hold on. Let rational mind land. So just so we can, know what he's saying.
Showere had this campaign money, just like when you are in a party and then you are running for an office. The account for your own the account for your what do you call it? I can't even think straight right now. But you have a separate account from the party's account. You don't join your account with the party because your campaign money, your own campaign fund is different. That was what happened. So Leonard was kind of like, maybe he felt he was skimmed out by Showere not telling him how much they were receiving from the diaspora, how much is coming in. No, you don't need to know because you are working for the party. You're not working for Showere's campaign, even though you're part of the whole thing. But because Showere did not really give him an account of how, and himself wasn't patient enough to wait to see. Already maybe because he has some kind of ulterior motive as to wanting to bring the party down and take the party to himself. He used that as an excuse. But the point is, he has no excuse as to that because that is Showere's campaign fund. If he tells the party how much he gets, that is his own. But if he doesn't tell them, that is his own. So anything that has to do with the party's account, Leonard should be able to give an account for that because he is the secretary. He should know about it. So there's no truth in what that guy is saying.
In plenty of water or Leonard? No truth in what who is saying. No truth in what who is saying.
I didn't hear you. Sorry, I think you're.
No, you said there's no truth. No, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Hear me now?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, you said there's no. You said there's no truth in what that guy is saying. So I'm asking which guy? Is it plenty of water or Leonard? So which guy are you saying?
Plenty of water. What plenty of water is throwing here? What is throwing out here? He needs to go and find out. I mean, let him go do more research.
No. Well, he is speaking to the facts as he knows them, as I would say. And you are
so in support of rational. Showere already given the account statement of how he spent all the money that was donated for him for his campaign. He has released it. Everybody that donated saw it. Nobody have contradictory whatsoever against the way he spent the money. So what is this plenty of water? I told you this guy is Alliance People's for Corruption member. He's a member of Alliance.
You know what it is? This guy is after both you.
You will like him. You will like him, one man, because he's showering you with money. He's showering you with money.
Forget all that. It's not showering with me. No, it's not showering with me. Hold on. What he is doing is holding both your feet because it's after both you and your pal Showore, and it's not letting go. So here he is again. He says, actually, it is Showore that is Tinubu's dog. So that is in reference to your Sabic remark. So actually, it is Showore that is Tinubu's dog. And then he goes on to add another data. 2015, Showore accused PDP of bribery in Lagos and did not say anything about NURTW and the Agbero of Tinubu. So I think that might well be an
what can he say about them?
Reference.
These are the people that almost killed him.
I don't know. He talks in. he told, well, no, he speaks in codes, you see, but I think that was an MC Olumo reference. So let's just clear the deck, because I want to hear from Truth to People, who was making infinite sense before his system dipped out. So infinite sense, I don't know if you recall where you were in your narration. So if you want to pick it up from there and just let's hear some more from you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. So I think I was talking about the fact that the Nigerian people are not really ready for the change that they
for
want.
democracy. Yes, yeah,
exactly. They are not really ready. Otherwise, things around tribalism, around religion, shouldn't continue to divide us. It should be our common goal that we want the same things. And what is the same thing? Everywhere, all human beings, we want the same thing. We want food on our table. We want things to be working. We want the best for our families. So until we begin to look away from, oh, this person speaks my language, this person is from my own tribe, this person, I don't think we're ready in Africa generally, least in Nigeria. And speaking to the issue of the permutation in APC at the moment regarding the chairmanship for so at the moment it's an all northern affair where there's so many people are coming forward from the north, and I think that bodes really well for the south in terms of the presidency. I share in the fact that it sets the balance really well for the south to gain presidency. But it saddens me really that we don't get to see our Igbo brothers coming into the fray of the politics. If you cannot get Biafra,
do you think they participate enough in politics? Do you think they show enough?
Yeah,
I'm not talking about their local politics, but on a national, because I keep pushing this question and nobody seems to. They just come out at me from a tribal view. There's no heavyweight.
Yes, they are far behind. Yes, they are really far behind. They can cry in their rooms for all we care. They can continue to talk about the issues regarding marginalization. But if they don't put themselves forward into the space, into the political space, there's so much political trickery that everyone that aspires to become the president of Nigeria.
What we need to be seeing is some big ego name in Sokoto sitting next to the Sultan, glad hiding and talking about the long history of their two people. We need to see him in Kano market, joshing around with the women and having a laugh and saying, I will marry your daughter. And then we need to see him in a Ibadan market, chatting with the fish seller and lamenting. We need to see them.
Yes,
this is politics. You don't stay in Owerri and say it is my turn and then put your foot on the table and then say it's my turn. We don't see them now. They don't politic. And then you say it's my turn.
That's so true. You see, the Igbo people are known for their industry, their hard work and all that. But politically, they failed. They just have to accept that there are not many.
Where is the photo of the Igbo champion with the emir of Kano? Where is he shaking hands with Babangida and saying, "No, I just went to meet Babangida, is our elder." This is we don't see it.
Exactly. And then you see the Yoruba man now comes to the fray and win it. And then they keep talking about marginalization. It's Hausa, it's Yoruba, it's Hausa, it's Yoruba. But the Yoruba man knows how to play the game. The Hausa man knows how to play the game. Let the Igbo man get into the fray. Let him learn the political knack, how to navigate the Nigerian space. There is always a way when there is a will. The will has to be there politically for the Igbo man. I share in their sentiment. I wish that they can be the next president. Although I'm not from Biafra in any way, but I have so many friends from there. I've seen so many brains from there. I wish that they would.
Yes, you sound a bit northern, actually. I can hear a bit of north in your voice.
Not at all. I'm a serious Yoruba man. But
okay.
The truth of the matter is, I am a Nigerian first and foremost. I'm a Nigerianist. I want all of us, because I believe that will bring something.
Another OVA. Oh no, you were doing so well. We already have OVA doing the Nigeria drum beating.
No. I'm a Nigerian man, because I believe everyone brings everything good to the table. But the problem is the Hausa, Fulani people, they just give us cause. They're the one giving us this cause for secession and cause for division. Otherwise, Nigeria is a blessed nation where everybody can bring something to the table. So, but talking to the Igbo narrative, I am really not happy that they keep talking about marginalization, yet they are not ready to participate. Nnamdi Kanu cannot sit somewhere outside the space called Nigeria and begin to control people like they are his robots.
And they shouldn't surrender that space. They shouldn't surrender the eastern space entirely to Nnamdi Kanu, because it seems to have absolute control of that space, and we're not hearing a counterweight narrative.
Exactly.
It's just begging. So let me, sorry to interrupt you. Let me bring you this narrative, because this was part of the mix. This is Southeast governors hold talks with IPOB. The governors of Nigeria's Southeast region may be preparing to hold talks with IPOB, going by the positions adopted by the governors and other leaders of the region during their Saturday meeting in Enugu. IPOB, a pro-Biafra group which has been proscribed by the Nigerian government. The news agency of Nigeria, NAN, quoted the chairman of the Southeast Governors Forum, Governor David Umahi of Ebonyi State, as telling reporters that the leaders from the region had set up a committee to engage the agitators in the region to address their fears. So essentially, they are not really coming in to weigh heavily against this guy, just to, it's just beggy,
Yeah, I totally agree. So there needs to be counter. There needs to be counter narrative. If you cannot, of course, everyone has the right to self-determination. Fair, but if you cannot get it, you're still a part of Nigeria. Get into the mix. Be politically driven. You can get to Abuja. I don't know why somebody needs to think that, oh, because we are a people of this region, we cannot aspire to be in Aso Rock. Why not? You can do all you need to do. If you need to sup and wine and dine with the devil to do that, do that. Of course, I do not mean. And
you have to in politics. You have to sup and wine and dine with the devil in politics. That is just the nature. It's a dirty. They say politics is a dirty business. This is what they mean.
Exactly. So if the sooner they can get a champion out there, somebody that can speak for them, and then they can push that one person to Abuja, the better for them. And the beautiful thing about politics is this: you can beg your way to politics, you can ask your way to politics, but when you do get there, you now wield the power, and then you can do whatever you want to do. And that's why
this is what Buhari did, isn't he? He was crying.
Exactly.
He was putting on Igbo red cap, putting on a suit, something that he has never worn. He was doing everything, and then when he got there, he reverted to type. So that is politics.
So the Igbo man too can play that game. Play the game, get to Abuja.
But they want to be aloof. They want to be aloof, and
if you are aloof, that's just wishful thinking. You are aloof, and yet you say you are marginalized.
So when I say they will never get it, you see where I am coming from now. Maybe the language is harsh, but the reality nonetheless. So still with this northern-southern dichotomy, but that now narrowing it to Caduna State, Southern Kaduna saying enough is enough, and they're speaking to that language of self-help, something that is echoing within the Nigerian space with increasing regularity. Everybody now speaking the language of self-help, and Southern Kaduna, the latest voice to people.
Yeah. So yeah, but of course, I think that's the only choice that people have now at the moment, because the central government or the federal government is really not doing anything in that regard, especially given that so much has been said in favor of what's they called again, state policing, but they're not looking that way. So what else would people resort to? So many people are resorting to defending themselves, and that's just the least that we expect people to do. And I think ultimately, because the issue between Southern Kaduna and Northern Kaduna, I think it's been long standing. It didn't just start today. I think it didn't even just start with the present state of insecurity.
No, it is a historical something. It goes deep.
It goes really deep, exactly. So I think it goes beyond but I think they can find a solution if their elders, their northern elders, can call them together and then they can broker peace. I think for the particular issue regarding northern and southern Kaduna, I don't think it's a national problem. I don't think it's really reminiscent of the killings that we find elsewhere in Nigeria. I think more importantly,
no, that is a localized situation that they have been contending with for a very long time, and it's always as ever in Nigeria to do with land, tribe, and religion. So those three things, the heady mix that is Nigeria. So another heady mix. Go on.
Yeah. So if their northern elders in Kaduna can come together, bring them together, I think they can put a stop to all of the craziness that we see in that space at the moment.
Okay. So talking about craziness, the echoings that we're hearing from the American quarters, Oba Tokpeye, and who is saying this? A guy called Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder, former WBC heavyweight champion, soon to take on Tyson Fury. But then, of course, he wants to break that title to come and show, you know how Anthony Joshua will bring his title to Ogun State. He wants to bring his title to Edo State and present it to Omonoba. So, Deontay Wilder, now an Edo man. What are you making of that?
It's a free world. I think for a few years now, too many American citizens, they're tracing their way back home. It's a welcome development. As I learned, he was born in Tuscaloosa in Alabama. So I want to believe that. I want to believe that for him to say he's from Edo State or he has Edo in his blood, I want to believe that is true. Especially given that anyone associating himself or herself to Nigeria now, if you really are not Nigerian, I don't see.
You don't want to, yes.
Exactly.
But what they are doing now, what they are doing now over the past few years is this now new DNA thing that is able to trace your DNA ancestry to broadly some accuracy. So this is what a lot of African Americans and diasporic blacks are doing. In fact, you see a lot of them moving to Ghana now. So Ghana. Ghana did something called the Year of the Return a few years ago. Now, when they just opened their borders to,
So our president opened the border to the Fulani to come in.
To come as the year of the
it's a welcome development.
Look at that.
It's a welcome development for Wilder. I think the Edo people will receive him with open arms, the same way they received the WBC champion recently. So Wilder will be received with open arms, and of course, why not?
Ovie is already clearing land in his vast estate to go to make room for Deontay Wilder to come and join in. So thank you for that. We will start to round off now, but we acknowledge Plenty of Waters super chat, who is still not letting hold of the legs of both Adanle Koko and his Pade is determined to sweat you and your pally hard. Plenty of Water again. How is Sowore claiming chairmanship immediately after he lost election? And that was why he started Orange Beret before changing it to Revolution Now. So how is Sowore claiming chairmanship immediately after he lost election? And that was why he started Orange Beret before changing it to Revolution Now. So essentially what he's saying there is that Sowore ceded that space of the chairmanship of his party to run for the election. Then he lost the election, of course, and then he's now looking to seize that chairmanship back. And it's now they are changing the narrative to now this rewind sort of narrative of Orange Beret. So this guy, not a Sowore fan, is essentially
I
don't know. It's neither a Sowore fan or a Adanle Koko fan. We can say that for sure.
So what exactly does he want then? What does he want?
No, he feels
is spreading falsehood.
He feels essentially that there's a dishonesty in the Sowore narrative, which he or she is seeking to expose. So that is just my reading of it. So thank you for the super chatter, Plenty Water. If nothing else, it's been fun watching you sweat.
Who do you know, Mr. One Man, that have accused
really winding fun for the rest of us?
Right? Who do you know that have accused of financial impropriety?
You heard Plenty Water now. They are chasing him around for his bank statement. They are chasing him around for his bank statement. So why are they chasing him if it's not under the court? They are chasing him. But you just heard Plenty Water now. Did you not hear Plenty Water?
That is spreading falsehood.
How do you know it's falsehood? What do you know to the contrary for you to say? What do you know to the contrary? What do you know to the contrary?
Hold on.
What do you know to the contrary? You don't know anything to the contrary. How can you say is it falsehood because you say so?
I know to the contrary. I know to the contrary, and that's what I'm trying to let you know. I know to the contrary. That's what I'm trying to let you know. There is no way a presidential candidate will lose an election, come back and take over from the chairman of the party. It is never done anywhere practically.
It's never done. But what I said publicly that it was going to seize the party back.
He said that it's because we have some politicians are trying to take that party from. They're trying to sponsor some of these executives, some corrupt executives that he has.
How do you know they are corrupt? Look at that. You were just accusing people of coloring Sowore bad now, and you are disparaging people because they are not with your champion.
No. What happened was that guy, one of the executives, was trying to dismantle. It's been sponsored by the government to dismantle the party.
And how do you know it's been sponsored? How do you know it's been sponsored?
I mean, the fact is there now. Everybody got it.
Come on now. No. That's a speculation, though. That's a speculation.
You know, Sowore is investigative journalist. He came out with everything, and that has all along been publishing and informing you guys at how corrupt these people are with evidences where they have bank accounts and everything. But you people don't believe. But you still continue to vote for them and come on the show to attack this guy. That's what you do all the time.
Even Ovie himself has accused of Sowore of frauding $10 million from some American NGO. Ovie himself.
Oh, so does he have the proof for that? Ovie said that. Ovie will not say that.
Ovie, what do you repeat all the time? Well, no. What do you say about Sowore's $10 million?
Ovie will not say that. I want to hear that directly from him now.
Ovie, your $10 million Sowore narrative that he frauded the NGO for $10 million or something.
Oh yeah, is that true?
Sowore's business, Sowore organization, Sarah Reporters worth $10 million.
And where did they get the money from? Where did they get the money from?
Listen.
Of course, donation
from Ford Foundation or something. Makati Foundation or something. Yeah.
Ovie, we're listening. Go on.
Yes.
Ovie, we are listening.
Yes.
You see?
I'm waiting. Maybe you want to discount that. That's why I'm waiting.
No, say something.
$10 million. Sahara Reporter won $10 million.
Yes, funded by Makati Foundation.
Of course.
Makati Foundation gave them grants.
Did you say estate? I'm not saying the same thing. Grant or whatever they call it. Look
at that.
That organization that does not take art from the government, doesn't collect art from the government. Within this space
so there you are. He's an American agent.
You want to tell me? And all of a sudden, even me, if I want
$5 million, American agent and a poser.
Now they insult all the others that want to become president. If I want $5 million, what do they want to do me? You can only kill me and my family are well off. So now
Makati organization gives various organizations that kind of grant, helping them to progress and improve on their services or something like that. So how do you say that somebody should give? Should not take grant?
You know this guy. This guy that goes by the name president in Nigeria, something president that slaps people and then beat people up. Doesn't he get grant?
Marriage family or something like that.
So doesn't he get grant? We have many other people that get foundation.
So they have a team of fraudsters.
We are saying the same thing now. What am I? We're saying the same thing.
No. You're not alluding the same thing. No, your reasoning, your line of reasoning is not. It doesn't hold.
So when I loves $1, let's just believe it. He loves $1.
He gets grants from this organization to fund his Sahara Reporters. You get it?
All right.
Okay. And he employs people. He employs people.
Okay.
Why?
Hold on, Ovie. I'll give you the right to reply, but let me acknowledge Plenty Waters is still coming after Showore and Ajanle Koko. So let me acknowledge the super chat, and then I'll start taking last comments. So I'll start from you by way of your response, and then I'll sweep it up. So Plenty Water again comes via super chat at Ajanle Koko and his best friend Omoyele Showore. He says Orange Beret will differentiate between fake AAC members and real AAC members. Those were his words. It is on YouTube. Sir Ajanle Koko, don't argue with what has a video. So evidence-based misses is what is.
Let him provide a link, no? Let him provide a link. Let him provide.
Well, maybe not in this stream because we'll be rounding it off, and we'll start it off with Ovie. So Ovie, actually, let me start.
Yeah.
This guy is the chief commander of forces.
And you are not that naive. You understand? Who pays the piper, they take the tunes. You understand? Every organization or every regime gets one media or two where they push their narrative. Now, people where they donate millions and billions, even by put it to Showore, what happened if Showore finally succeeds and becomes the president of Nigeria? What is going to be their role?
So are you saying it's an agent, it's a double agent? Is that what you're saying?
Come on, man. The way they play their game hasn't changed from time immemorial. Me and you know this one. How we get to this mess? Listen. I am not saying.
Why are you making that conclusion like that?
Let's just assume
this is wrong.
No, listen.
It's never done like that. It's just to help media space, is to promote freedom of speech.
Okay. Ovie. Let's assume.
I agreed with that. That is the waiting that they tell us be that. And I mean they tell you today, this is one man. This is one man want to moon. If I want support one man, because let's say take the Tinubu narrative, right? If you take the Tinubu narrative, they push the narrative, regardless of how it is. I just drop this guy 5 million every month in the name of that they support this speech. At the end of the day, if Tinubu become president and he appoint one man as minister of information or whatever, where it is one man will be taking breakfast from my house, he no get choice.
He will plays the piper.
Everybody they collect money. All of them they collect money. But my question is that if we should do everything to resist any money that is coming from there.
So the point. Hold on, rational. The point is, people don't rate the Showore is what Ajanle Koko has to accept. He has plateaued. He has run his course. He has had his 5 minutes of fame. And it is time for him now to just take a step back.
Yes. Now to answer Ajanle Koko, how we choose to interrogate people we won't lead us. No, the question. As I say, our generations are different. We ask questions, we do research, we go into how is this man, what is giving man this power, this way they take parade everything.
Have you heard the saying?
Don't waste your time. Spend your time on doing something. Spend your time on doing something.
Hold on as well. So we're talking about doing research, and the Ovie is making the attribution to his generation. So somebody that portends or purports, I'm not speaking for him, but purports to do his own research, is Plenty of Water, who will not let go of the legs of both Showore and his best friend Ajanle Koko. Is going to put both legs on the coal. He's going to take your shoes off and your socks off and will put your legs to the coal. So this is what is coming back with via super chat. He says, when was the last time Showore exposed anyone? So I'll disagree with him on that, because our reporters did a massive expose on Malami, which outed him completely as the fraudster that we know him for. So he says, when was the last time Showore exposed anyone? Don't confuse Kabbalahs and statesmen fighting each other with information, with Showore being the hero. So I don't know what a cabals is, what he meant by Kabbalah. Don't confuse cabals and statesmen fighting each other with information, with Sowore being a hero. So if you look at the second half of what he's saying there, because it says in the first half, when was the last time Sowore exposed anyone, and I disagreed with him on that, but then he goes on to acknowledge that and then take a position. He says, don't confuse cabals and statements fighting each other with information. So what he's saying there, essentially, because I was referencing Abubakar Malami being exposed, so what he's saying essentially is that these are just internal people releasing information to people like Sowore to fight each other, as opposed to Sowore being essentially an investigative journalist. So, and then he goes on to say that don't conflate that with Sowore being a hero. So that is what his Plenty Water super chat is all about.
Let me say this something.
Listen to the guy. I respect
his time has come and gone. It's essentially
Ovie, have you heard this saying? Sometimes you have to do a little evil to accomplish some good.
No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where the money is coming from is very important.
Hold on. I mean, you've made your point. I understand you. Sometimes we might talk about the CIA connection and everything with all these different organizations that are fronting for U.S. government and all of that. We know all of this. I'm not disputing that fact. Okay? So what I'm trying to say here is this. Let's assume this guy is even getting his money from them with the objective that, okay, they want to get some kind of personal interest in Nigeria. Now, looking at the current situation, the current realities in Nigeria, is this what you and I who live in developed countries, is this what we're experiencing? People back home, they don't experience it live. I mean, just like one person, this singer that sings, he say, "Shana like this is good a day." It's every day for that country is just one talk after the other. People don't live life to how they should. People should be enjoying life.
Yeah, but part of the problem is people like Sowore. Part of the problem is people like Sowore, essentially.
So,
I won't agree with you. I won't agree with you now.
See,
my point is this. My point is, let me land my point. Now, my point is,
you know that organization give grants.
Let me make my point.
Different organization with different profession grant every year. They give educational grant, they give scientific grant, they give grant on science and technology. So all of them, they are giving them grant because they want to control them. Is that what Ovie is saying?
Mr. Jala, let's just assume what you are saying is the right thing. But let's just assume that what Ovie is saying is, let's even assume is the right thing. That okay, yes, they are fronting him so that he can create chaos there, he can bring in their interest. Let's just assume that is what it is. But what I'm trying to say is this: but the guy is he not fighting for what is right? All the things he's saying, is he not what is right? Is there no fraud in that country? Is there no need for a revolution in that country, a total overhaul of the system in that country? And if he says he wants to do it himself and they give him that chance, why not? Let him do it. I'm for him. But what I'm saying is this, that if he's going through, if the method he's using, if that method is not working for him, he needs to sit down and start thinking about different methods to use to achieve that aim. That's what I'm trying to say. So either he's getting that funding, or he's getting that funding from this international organization or CIA or whatever, with the objective of destabilizing Nigeria or whatever. Let him get that money. Okay, the other people that are there, these idiots that are there, where are they getting the money from? Is it the money from the country? That's what I was saying. Sometimes you have to do some little evil to accomplish some good. That's what I'm saying.
Look at where I'm saying.
Your position is good.
You quick to say the country we live in. They know is that how we live. Now I live in America. See, America don't be what over 200 years. Until in the 60s, which is a what 50 or 60 years ago, they assassinated their president. You understand? Now comparing that to us in terms of what is going on. Listen, we will get there. In terms of what is going on, it's going to get better.
When are you going? What is Ovie saying?
Now
when are you going to get there?
Okay. Go on.
Now, where the money is coming from? Exactly. Yeah, we want change. And I said, whoever who is financing this change, it is very, very important. Whoever is financing, yes, we collect money. Everybody they collect money. All these men they collect money. Who are you collecting this money for? That's what we are saying. Whoever wants to finance any change in Nigeria, we should do as much as we can to be self-finance. Our finance they come from abroad should be coming from us.
Okay, that's fine. We get that. Okay, we get that, Ovie. Can I ask everybody to hold on? I'm going to seek to round off in the next 15 minutes. So I want to sweep up statements. So let me actually start from truth to people. So truth to people. Let's get your closing words. But before we get your closing words, let's acknowledge Plenty Waters Plenty Waters super chat. So he already has Showore and Ajanle Koko on lockdown. So he's now going after Rational Mind. So so he says,
I told you this guy is alliance people for corruption.
He has already given you and Showore a bloody nose. So he's now the beating now carries on with the Rational Mind. So for the Koboko. The Koboko that is Plenty Water is now going to land on your whichever part of your body is going to land on Rational Mind. So it goes, Rational Mind, do you want a story of how Showore first became chairman of AAC without counting votes? Because Leonard obviously will emerge winner at GRA. So he is now speaking to the birthing of that party. I don't know, but Rational Mind, if you want to show your colors, you can, because a lot about her, or you purport to know a lot. So let's know who you are. So this is to Rational Mind. Do you want a story of how Showore first became chairman?
Well, fine. Let him
AAC? So let's hear that story, but within the next 10-15 minutes, because I do now seek to round off soon. So as we await his story or not, maybe it's a comedy or a tragedy, we'll soon find out. Maybe don't make up, we don't like people making up stuff here, so don't make up some fabula amounts just for the purposes of saying something. But we take truth to people. We take your remarks as we seek to round off.
Yeah, yes, I'll just say a few words and then that will be it for tonight. So I'm just going to speak to the issue of the debt that we're just amassing. So I just for one thing, I would applaud the few PDP governments. I'm not a pro PDP in any way. I'm not pro party, but at least Obasanjo was able to clear the debts of Nigeria at certain point, which was really good. The sooner APC begins to think in that direction, it's not just about borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. They need to do something with the money so that it can bring returns. So that's what I'm going to speak to that space. And regarding Showore, I don't really think I've said so much about him, but I'm just going to give my parting shot regarding Showore. I think he's a good man. I think he's speaking truth to power. He wants to change like everyone wants to change. But I would go with Rational Mind that says he needs to change his strategy. He needs to begin to speak to people, collaborate more. You don't think you are the only saint where there are all of the other sinners in Nigeria, and he thinks he's the only saint, or he keeps himself on that pedestal.
Is that not his biggest problem, that he over evaluates? He pats himself. He thinks too highly of himself. Is the thing. He's too.
That's his biggest problem.
He's too up in the clouds, and he needs to come down to reality a little bit more.
Exactly. So he has a problem in that regard. He needs to step down and collaborate. If he thinks too much about himself, no one man can fix Nigeria. No one person can do that. He needs to start thinking of collaborating. And if he sincerely believes in Nigeria as he claims to be, he must not become the president. He can liaise with other people to become the president of Nigeria. Those are my parting shots.
Thank you. Truth to people, please come more often, because of course we like the balanced way you present yourself, and of course the $10 million that Showore has pocketed from McCarthy Foundation. Maybe or whatever is pocketed. Sorry, allegedly.
We will sue you one day here on this part.
Everything is online now. You can Google, everything is there. All these things I'm saying is there. Reporters.
I think Baba Kure is not there. Maybe he's gone for his lunch. Baba Kure, if you can still hear us, if you want to come have your final words, you can. But let's go to Ego, because we've not heard enough from Ego. So Ego, the space is yours. I know you are a Showore man too, Ego. Ego. Oh, okay. Ego is not there fully yet. Let's go to Baba Akure then. Baba Akure. So you've been following. What are you making of it? Just your closing words. Yeah.
I follow a little bit anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Okay, let me just start from the issue of Inspector Fashola. I think we're talking about the issue of Inspector Fashola. We talk about Caduna State and stuff like that. Well, I think the best thing is for us, like Ovie always said, is that we should shine our eye for this next election. If that will be heard anyway with what is going on. If there would be Nigeria before 2023, but Ovie is very optimistic that there will be an election. That there will be an election in 2023. So, and like Fashola said, well, if the money is borrowed and it is utilized very well, there is no problem about that, because every country in the world also have their own debt, like US, Canada, United Kingdom. All these countries have their own borrow money from outside from World Bank, and they utilize this very well. But it's just that Africa is different, and like you mentioned in this platform, that if democracy is really for Africa, well, to me, I don't see democracy as being the best bet for Africa anyway. That is for me. I think if we like Professor Akintoye always say, that Africa, particularly Nigeria, already organized before European came. I think if we are in that pattern, where we are being governed by monarch, maybe it will be better. Though there is no doubt there will be some corruption too, but not as this that we find ourselves today. Because if we look at our political system, we see that it is our politicians take large amount of money that is meant for development. Most of this money they are borrowing, it is end up in paying politician salary, which develop
school fees and babes, school fees for their children in America, and babes that they take to Dubai.
Exactly, and that is why we lack infrastructure, like good hospital, good road, and all kind of thing, because it is them we are servicing. It is them we are servicing. We are not servicing the country.
All right. Thank you, Baba Akure. What time is it where you are?
It is after 10 now.
Okay, it's close to your. It's time to go and relax. So thank you, Baba Akure. So we see you again, hopefully later on or whenever you're next free. So Baba Akure, you all know him. Thank you. So let's go to we're going to Ego next, but before we get to Ego, somebody else chimes in. Mike Olawale, he chimes in now in this Showore narrative that we're having via Super Chat. Mike Olawale, he says Ovie is afraid that the US will control Showore. So how do you explain Buhari kneeling down in front of Trump? Name a country that the United States is not controlling. I'm not aware that, thank you for the super chat, Mike, but I'm not aware of, I'm not aware that Buhari knelt down in front of Trump, but maybe metaphorically speaking, maybe, yeah. Just in quick words so that we go to Ego and then round off, yeah.
I believe Mike Olawale belongs to the same generation with Ajali Koko. We always look for a way to make excuse.
This ageism. You are an ageist.
No.
This is ageism. You know that is tantamount to racism.
Why don't you address the message now?
Let me finish before you. Let me just finish. I'm trying to address it.
Oh yeah, go on.
They always find excuse to repeat the same mistake. Yes, because Buhari go kneel down for Trump. So every subsequent president must do the same. Because an American government is controlling other country, it should be a norm. No, when your generation will be it no go work. It won't work for too long again.
You overrate Nigeria. You overrate Nigeria.
You must isolate yourself now. You want to become North Korea?
We are not.
No, see, I said that before. You know, I said that before on this platform that we should go back to the down.
Nigeria wants to challenge American imperialism.
Rational man, is that a question?
No, you talk about
question.
All right.
What generation you want to come and say that?
Okay, guys. Let's go to
before you associate with anybody.
Yeah, hold on.
We have what it takes for the world to be envious of.
Yeah, hold on.
Even Saudi, despite the money, the billions of money they're sitting on, trillions of dollars they're sitting on, even Saudi, do you know they have to come to America here?
Of course, America rules the world. But let's just go to Ego and then seek to round up. So Ego, the floor is yours.
Yes, let me at this time. Let me just quickly let you understand that the area of this. What was this saying just?
American imperialism.
Sorry, this is American Nigeria. Come, we all know Nigeria has potential. Nigeria is a great country. Nigeria is overrich. See, if Nigerian can behave and drop corruption, we can be one of the richest and most beautiful country in this world. This is the truth. But we don't have those that are giving us that for now. Are you getting me? We don't have that. And if you tell me that your generation is coming tomorrow to give me that, my man, sorry, I think I'll wait to see that your generation action, even if I'm old then. Are you getting me? So that is the thing. The issue of this our country in the world moving forward. Listen, the division is too much. You know, today we did not say anything about IPOB, people. You said there is no heavyweight in Igbo land. That is the truth. But there is somebody I really admire in that Igbo land. If they themselves as a people can push somebody forward. The problem is that they themselves as an Igbo nation. I will come there now. They themselves as an Igbo nation, they don't bow before one another. They cannot pick one person on their own. I'm giving you this assurance. If you tell them to bring one person, now you will see fight in the whole of the East. That is just the truth. But I really admire that guy that works with was it Goodluck or Obasanjo, Chidoka. If they don't have any other person, that young guy.
What was he?
Former Minister of
Aviation. Yeah, that guy can be. Yeah, that guy is I don't know. That guy look presidential to me. If he can push forward. Yeah, and he's a young guy. He look presidential to me. He can push forward. That guy is another wonderful mind in the East. But are they ready to support him? You will see the one who's the man will not come at for what? How can I support you? Can never be president? Understand what I'm saying?
But what about Hopu Zodema now? Hopu Zodema for president?
That's what I'm saying. It's Hopu Zodema that will come and slash Roja will come and kick him in his head. Are you mad when I'm here? So these are the kind of decisions that this division that they have there. That's the problem. If not, that guy is a potent in that arena. Then move on to the issue of this country, the division. IPO barrier, what is come. I'm looking for Nnamdi Kanu. I want to confront him. Let him drop this issue of Biafra. It will not fly. He should come. Let myself and himself discuss.
Do you think this is Biafra is a real big? It's a big disservice to the Igbo space.
He's just fooling himself. He's fooling himself. See, those energy. He should bring the energy come to Nigeria and galvanize Nigeria. And
it's also a strategy. It's also a strategy.
No, hold on. Sorry, Ego, let me just interrupt you a little bit because I'm agreeing with what you're saying. Because this whole Biafra narrative is the one argument that defeats all of the excellent arguments for an Igbo presidency. So if you come up with all of the arguments and you have defeated everybody and they want to agree, they say, hey, but did you not even say you want to break away? So that it defeats everything, no? It defeats any Igbo argument in the Nigerian space when you are pushing so aggressively. So is it a real disservice to the Eastern narrative? This IPOP narrative is something that needs to be explored.
It is a big one. See, it is a good thing that the elites and the governors and some are distancing themselves from the guys. See, Nnamdi Kanu should come with those energy, meet with the Oduduwas with those energy. Let us confront the constitution, the marginalization we are claiming, the formalization we are claiming. Let us confront it. Let us bring together, okay, this is the one Nigeria. This is what will be good for us. Let him come and champion it. We all will follow him. Let him not be telling us about what doesn't make sense, what will not ever come. He's just disturbing our energy. He's just making, he's just distracting Nigerian youths. That's just the truth. Please, it's not like trying to, it is not, see, many of them will never live to see this thing like Biafra. This is a fact.
Yes, already that is the case. A lot of them have paid the ultimate price to for this narrative. So it's just a mess. It's just real
a mess. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about here, man? So please, the energy, the fans that guy has. Yes, he had fun. Yes, so please, he should come to Nigeria and stop being a fighter that is running. A real fighter will fight and stay in prison, come out in prison and begin the fight. When was fighting, he was kept in prison. He didn't run to America. He came out for prison. He was here fighting. Nnamdi Kanu come out for prison. Now he run. He should come here and begin to rake all this raking that is raking, so that we understand that this man that is fighting for us is with us here. He's not fighting and hiding in one hole and telling us all kind of things, and we are taking it from him. That's not a way to fight as a freedom fighter. That's just the simple truth.
All right. Thank you, Ego.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. As ever, pressure of time. So that's Ego. You all know Ego. He usually just comes right about this time of the day. So just a few words from you, Rational Mind, as we say.
Yeah. I think these guys need to all be voted out. I think Fashola is proving himself to be another failure from the Southwest. I don't know what is going through his mind to have endorsed the borrowing of more money from foreign countries, despite the huge debt that the country is saddled with and they're still servicing. And I remember when he was a governor in Lagos State, he did very well, I would say. In a sense, he did very well. He brought some kind of order to Lagos, which I was thinking he was going to bring. That skill, that technocrat skill that he has, he was going to employ it in the BUHARI administration, but so sad that they never really gave him a position that would really make him to be used in that regard. And even a position where one would think that he should have used that skill, I don't see anything coming from it, because so far there's been a lot of allegations of many projects that were not done, and money was siphoned and all of that. So all kinds of. I think it's what he did by joining BUHARI's administration was a very big mistake for him.
Do you think it has demystified him? The mystique has been removed.
I used to like the guy, but with what he did, I'd seen that he has. That's to tell you that power corrupts, and it corrupts absolutely. When you get in the midst of these people, you can get corrupted. And then on the issue of the Southern Kaduna, I think on that, I think this two-state solution that they are trying to propose for them, I think that should work in being able for them to be able to control the people that come into their space, that comes into their territory, which is the Fulani, who are not known to be inhabitants, or who are not known to be original settlers of that area. They just came in drone, and they keep coming, and we all know what they are about. And so maybe this two-state solution will give them upper hand and be able to manage their own territory themselves, and be able to determine who comes in and who gets land, who doesn't get land, and maybe that will help them. And,
okay.
Basically, that's it.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. Rational Mind and Rational Thought. So there it is. Ovie, in a few words, just round it off for us. And without saying all na politics, try if you can get through your summation without saying all na politics.
I wish that is
over to you.
that's possible. But you know, I would like to wonder in Nnamdi Kanu. I don't think you people are focused on, you know, what is the negative aspect of his movement. But me as a president, I want to see an Igbo president. You know, I know it's a very tall order. I would like to see an Igbo president, and I think Kanu narrative, you know, if they actually manage it well, it will, you know, go a long way to make that happen. But on the other end, if the Nigerian state if the Nigerian state refuse to deny the Southeast the opportunity to produce president, I mean, I think at that point, if they still continue with the one Nigerian narrative, then it would be very cowardly of them, and I don't think they deserve any space back home. I mean, at that point, they should join force with Kanu and make his voice louder if they lose at the presidential election.
All right.
I really want to see that. Or I want to see an Igbo president. I really want to see what
Yes, it's you know what I always say, wishful thinking. We all want to see a lot of things, you know.
They can make it happen. They can make it happen.
What is the Igbo man shaking hands with the? Where is he? Where's the photograph of him with the Sultan of Sokoto? You know how that's the politics. Where is he with the Oni of Ife? Did you see the video I posted with the Oni of Ife? Championing Yaya Bello? He has gone and done his own work.
It's not.
Where is Peter Obi taking? What's that? Ahmed Musa, the striker. So to shaking hands with some Igbo guy saying that I'm behind. They have to politic. It's the same.
It's never too late. So as I said, though, it's not. If it's a tall order, but it's not that it's impossible. If they really want to, it's just for them to call Nnamdi Kanu and sit with him. It's a bargain. Let's say, okay, this is if they don't give us, we will finance your movement. Now we'll all be behind it. That's it. That's I think that's a good bargaining. If they don't give us this thing, we'll support you. But let's change the narrative more to see, you know, how we can. It's doable, but I don't know how they can, because the political elite are just far in the ass of the northern elite. They are far in the ass. So I don't know, but it's a possibility. It's a tall order, but it's not impossible. It's politics, man. It's politics. Give and take.
Thank you. All that politics. We knew you would get there in the end. Thank you, VA. Everybody comes here for VA. So there he is, VA. Thank you, VA, for joining us. So we reconvene again. I'm not going to add too much more to what Ovie has said. The chief priest has spoken. So we leave it with the words of the chief priest from the Delta region. So we've gone through a whole myriad of stuff. The APC jostling for positions and the runners and riders starting to emerge. Southern Kaduna looking to fight for itself. All manners of stories. Fashola essentially telling us that they continue to labor the country with even more debt. And on a light-hearted note, Deontay Wilder, now Ovie's tribesman. So all of that in the mix and plenty more. But what are your thoughts? Come share them in the comment section. So I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.